Ladies and gentlemen, guests, fellow fintech lovers, my name is Vaiva Mula, and I am very proud to be here to welcome you to this remarkable event. Today we have a lineup of very good speakers, experts, and I'm sure we're going to learn a lot. And let's dig into our program. Alexander. Huh?
Let's do that. Good afternoon, everybody. Super glad to have you all here with us. I'm always a bit emotional when I'm here at the Tech Park because I started to work here 6 years ago for 2 years. Amazing years, by the way. Anyway, whomever say Vilnius is a rainy city is lying, as you can see. We'll just prove them wrong. But aside from that, on top of the weather, Vilnius and Lithuania in general is now recognized as a fintech hub in Europe. Actually as the #1 fintech hub in Europe with the largest number of licensed financial institutions, which is an amazing fact. But beyond the numbers, there is one stuff we still need to be great at, we still need to improve on, which is risk management, anti-financial crime. We're getting there. We're definitely improving our skills. We have a crowd, and I think the best proof is here today, which is getting bigger each year, but we still have to get better. Now, if we look in perspective to other large financial centers in Europe, like London, which was established more than 200 years ago, I checked on Google before coming, we still have some time and we're still young. So with this kind of event, we're trying to participate to that, to educate, to gain knowledge, and to always acknowledge the fact that we're not there yet, that we still need to do a lot if we want to be there and maintain this spot as the fintech hub of Europe. So this said, today we have a super nice agenda, very packed, hence the reason why we try to start right on time. We have a lot of different discussion around obviously anti-financial crime, but also compliance in general, cybersecurity. So a very large, broad of topics, starting with encompassing risk management. We hope you enjoy. Please do pitch in. There is a Slido app which you can download. So if you have any question, go for it. We'll try to save time for each presentation. And aside from that, we'll just enjoy.
Well, good that you reminded the questions. You all know that the success of event usually depends on the participants. The more active they are, the better the event is. And let's move on, I would say. Now I would like to introduce our very special guests, the fintech supporter, dear Vaida Markevičienė, the Vice Minister of Minister of Finance. Welcome, Vaida.
Hello, it's a big pleasure for me to be here, and I'm very excited to see so many people from different areas, from regulators, policymakers, and those of you who are directly at the front line at fighting the financial crimes. So, such a big crowd and such a diverse crowd proves that the topic is very important, but also very complex. And if for a long time AML issues were about financial crimes, we have to understand that now we live in a very different world, and the challenges are way broader. We have cyber risks, we have a sanction regime that is unseen for many years. So this is a constant learning experience for us and for you as well. And it shows that AML is not about some procedures, about ticking boxes. It's about preventing illegal money to get into our system and preventing actions that these money are made for. So this is not only about fraud, but also your actions and our actions help Ukraine to win a war. Because if we have an effective sanctions regime, it means that aggressors can't get innovative technologies. It means that those supporting the aggressor regimes can't use the luxuries of the civilized world. This means that our activities are more relevant than ever, but also those on the other side are more active than ever to test that we are vigilant and that we can never rest. So how we deal with this complex level at the policymaker level? So what we did, we established a high-level political commission that has political level people from different institutions that cover AML issues from different sides. And we constantly monitor risks and take speedy actions to address them. So how this transposed to practice? For example, one of the actions we did last year was making amendments to the law that ensured that crypto regime in Lithuania is more transparent, more secure. We didn't wait for MiCA to come in action. We prepared in advance and ensured that this sector is more transparent, more reliable, and more secure. So we are now more ready to implement MiCA. That is really on the way, and we will soon pass the consultation. Another aspect that we are working now on is about sharing information. So we really think that allowing financial institutions to share client data would allow to be more effective in preventing financial crime. So this law is under discussion. Of course, we have to take in mind the data protection issues. But when we look at isolation and each individual activities, they may not be suspicious. But when we see the full picture, the picture may seem very different from what it was before. So this sharing of information is of paramount importance, and we really support this change. Another aspect is we are discussing with other institutions to allow to share information related with sanctions regime, again, by being able to transfer client information from different financial institutions among each other can help them to tackle these risks more effectively. Of course, this political group not only places the AML issues at the political agenda, but it also thinks strategically. And this strategic thinking is now transposed into a form of a document, strategic guidelines for 5 years, so that we are not only reactive and kind of fighting fires, but also that we have a 5-year strategy how we prevent the risks from arising. Of course, not only documents can be strategic, but actions can be strategic as well. So we also took several actions to make sure that we stay at the forefront. So one of it is AML Center of Excellence that involves private sector as well as public institutions by sharing information, best practices, and experiences. And we are very proud with this institution, not only here nationally, but also at the regional level. And I know that you also will have a wonderful head of that AML Center addressing you today as well. Another strategic action that we took, we saw that with increasing importance, increasing sanctions regime, we need more competences. So Ministry of Finance, together with Mykolas Riomeris University and AML Center, launched the AML course, and we already have 100 graduates. So we are very proud in 1 year that we increased the competences of more than 100 people to deal with these areas. Last strategic action that we are doing now, but of course not least, is getting AMLYZE here in Vilnius. You probably all know what that AMLA means. It will be a new European agency to deal with money laundering issues. So we are putting all our efforts to have AMLYZE here in Vilnius, because we think that Vilnius is a perfect location. We have all the expertise, and it proves in rankings. Lithuania is at top 10 least risky jurisdictions in the world in this regard. We have a lot of competences, and your audience prove that we really managed to build a lot of competences in this area by fintech, through also traditional financial sector. So we think that having AMLYZE here in Vilnius will also ensure that they have top quality experts to to work in the institution. And of course, you probably all feel that Vilnius is a wonderful location, one of the greenest capital in Europe, so it can offer great quality of life. And of course, politically, we need to ensure that institutions in the European Union have also geopolitical balance. So we do all our best to bring that institution here in Vilnius. So I ask you also to spread the word. Then Alex was making an introduction. He said we are not there yet in terms of AML risks, and I wanted to react to that, that we will never be there, because the other side will constantly test our capabilities, our vigilance, and it will be a never-ending battle. But that battle is very important. It not only protects the financial system, it protects our economy, and most importantly, it protects people from the actions that lie beneath the financial transactions. And usually, those people are those most vulnerable in the society. So our actions have a lot of meaning and value in it. So I'm very glad that we have this event, that we can share this experience of how to constantly stay ahead of the curve and be successful in the battle. So I'm really looking forward to all the discussions, and I wish you a very fruitful event. Thank you.
Thank you, Vaida. It's always very nice to hear your speech, you know, so enlightening and encouraging all of us, and I'm sure that everyone feels the support from the Ministry of Finance. Following that, we are privileged to have David Baker, the project leader at Moneywall. David is also representing the Isle of Man, FAU, and I Googled what is the Isle of Man. So don't Google, I will tell you. It is a British Crown dependency with its own parliament, with its own government, and its law. But UK still remains responsible for its protection. So I'm sure that David's speech will be very enlightening. And David, please, the stage is yours.
I do need somewhere to put my notes. Thank you. And you've stolen the first 5 minutes of my presentation. So leading on from that very eloquently put speech, nobody's perfect. And that's what we're going to talk about. And I think that's where we talk about, you know, always trying to improve. So, as I was introduced, my name is David Baker. I used to be in IT for 10 years. I am happier as a geek than anything else. You have to forgive my language, and I think that's some strange. It was mentioned before, why are you asking forgiveness for speaking English? I'm a native English speaker. I know I speak too fast, and I know I have an accent, and I apologize for that. There are people that speak far more eloquent English than me in this room. I got bored of being in IT and I joined the police. And then those two sets of skills led me into the FIU, where I was seconded into the FIU. And then since then, the reason I'm here probably is because I took over the leadership for the typology report on virtual assets. It was being led by a Russian entity, and they chose not to continue with them, and I took over when they declared war. So that's me. I'm not an expert, and I say that in a really odd way. I was invited to Moneywell, and I went in, and they gave me a badge that said expert, and I was really good. I took a picture of it and sent it to my wife and said, look, you know, you were wrong. I am an expert. And then you look around the room and you realize that everybody is wearing the badges that say expert. Everybody in that room is an expert. And this room is full of experts. It's full of skilled people. It's amazing to be among you all. And I might be an expert in something, but there is far more knowledge in this room than I can bring to the table. So, the Moneywell typology. If you don't know much about Moneywell, it's a regional body, and it's basically responsible for assessing 27 of the European Council members, of which the Isle of Man is one. Our little country, 85,000 people, we're there. But it's a peer review process, so we send experts, and we get experts sent to us. And it talks about the FATF 40 recommendations, and one of those is recommendation 15, which is probably what you're more interested in hearing about. I'll go into that later on. I was invited to do the typology on recommendation 15 to look at virtual assets and virtual asset typologies. And part of that was a horizontal review of recommendation 15. So we went across all of the countries in MoneyVal, and we looked at where they were failing, where they were succeeding, where more work needed to be done. We also did a survey, and we tried to understand the risks arising from virtual assets in the MoneyVal region. It was quite interesting, as you can imagine. It's out there to read. I'll show you a link of where you can find it. I obviously recommend you read it. It's probably one of the better Isle of Man-led projects on typologies on virtual assets, probably because it's the only one. We looked at supervision, and we looked at law enforcement and VASPs. So that recommendation 15 is to manage and mitigate the risks emerging from virtual assets, and that countries should ensure that virtual asset service providers are regulated for AML-CFT purposes and licensed or registered and subject to effective systems for monitoring and ensuring compliance with the relevant measures called for in the FATF recommendations. The Isle of Man, we have virtual asset service providers. They are registered for AML-CFT purposes. That legislation was passed just in time for MoneyVal turning up so that we could say, yeah, look at us, got it, we're done. And we were marked as compliant for recommendation 15. We're now currently partially compliant because those goalposts have moved to push forward people getting better, to drive improvement. But recommendation 15 is actually split up into 11 separate criterion. And some of them, I'm not going to go through all of them because you can go and read them, but some of them are that countries and financial institutions should identify and assess the money laundering, terrorist financing risks that may arise in relation to development of new products, new business practices, including new delivery mechanisms, and the use of new or developing technologies for both new and pre-existing products. It also requires the registration of VASPs. It ensures compliance of recommendations 10 to 21 in respect to virtual asset service providers. Again, I'm not necessarily going to go into them, but that is basically things like the travel rule, threshold amounts. It takes the same rules that would be applied to banks and other financial institutions and applies them to VASPs as well. It brings them all in under the same one. Now, our title this is that nobody's perfect. And you can see currently, and I say currently, well, at the time we did the report, no country in the MoneyVal region was wholly compliant with recommendation 15. You've got some largely compliant, some partially compliant, and you've got some not compliance. I must admit, I didn't look to see where Lithuania were, but I'm sure you're in the largely compliant area. It doesn't mean that they're doing anything wrong. It just means that they're not quite there yet. They need improvement. Where those failings are, I think the biggest failing that we found is one of the criterion talks about identifying where virtual asset service providers are operating in your jurisdiction and they're not registered or regulated. And I think a lot of countries are struggling to be able to evidence that they are, that they are successful in identifying those entities which aren't saying, hey, we're a VASP and we're working. The ones that are operating in your region and you know about are easy to regulate because you can pick up the phone, you can walk through the door, but it's those underground entities which are operating in different jurisdictions. It's really difficult to prove that you haven't got any by not finding them, because what people like MoneyVal will say is, well, how do you know you're not finding them? Are you just not looking hard enough? And you've then got to evidence that you're looking hard enough for things that might not exist. Now, in a country of 85,000 people, we could probably knock on most doors in the length of time it takes a MoneyVal to turn up and find them. But for us, that was really difficult to be able to evidence that we haven't got them operating. So outlaw or in-law. You'll see in some of the countries were not compliant. That's where they just haven't done anything. Some have marked VASPs as illegal. So they say, well, we'll just make it illegal, and that'll satisfy everything. Well, just because you make VASPs operating in your jurisdiction illegal doesn't mean you make virtual assets illegal. People are still going to operate with them, still want to work with them. They're really useful. I'm a real believer that they are the way forward, but you can't just outlaw them. So yeah, some countries have just outlawed them. The Isle of Man has gone differently. We've embraced them. Lithuania clearly is embracing them. but yeah, it's an odd decision for a government to say, no, we're just not going to do it. To me, it's putting your head in the sand. So it's really important to understand the risk. And this graph shows compliance with recommendation 15.7. 15.7 talks about competent authorities basically engaging with VASPs, providing them with guidance, providing them with strategy. And it's really positive to see the graph mostly on this side. Where governments are embracing VASPs, they are actually engaging with them, dealing with them, working with them. Yeah, I'm very positive. There are obviously some that need improvement because nobody's perfect, but they are getting there. Sanctions. Now, when Russia invaded, I must admit, I picked up the phone to a number of VASPs that operate in the Isle of Man, and I said, tell me about Russia. What are you doing? What are you currently doing? What are your mitigations? What are you, we do not want to be in a certain situation. And they all said, we don't deal with Russians. We don't have them on the books. We've already assessed the risk. We have assessed the risk years ago. We do not have them operating. They can say that because they're doing due diligence on their customers because of our compliance with recommendation 15. That's the ones they know about. Realistically, the people are clever, criminals are clever, they'll get around certain things. North Korea, last year I think it was $1.6 billion of fraudulently obtained cryptocurrency went into the country. 340 million this year. That can't, that just can't continue, it can't happen. We've got to stop it. And what we've sometimes seen within virtual asset service providers is that you get really tech passionate people that love it. They absolutely love virtual assets. Probably most of this room. They've not come from an AML CFT background. So the companies that, as they mature, are appointing AML CFT specialists, we are seeing are doing far better than wonderfully passionate technical, I call myself one at the beginning, so I'll call them again geeks, basically running a company. They've got to appreciate the AML CFT part of their job. I come from an FIU. FIUs, speaking to my colleagues this morning, we're all friends. We are all part of the Egmont Group, and the Egmont Group allows us to exchange information really, really quickly when we have the ability to do so, or when the information is available. The Isle of Man FIU has a really critical power to that. So we have what's called the Section 18 power, and that enables us to go to a regulated or registered business, and we're able to compel you to tell us something. So we can go to them and say, we haven't got a court order, but we believe that you've got some information that we need to know to deter crime, and that power is so useful. So the Lithuanian FIU could come to us and say, we really want this piece of information on this Isle of Man-based VASP. Can you tell us who the customer is? Can you tell us their address? Can you give us their financial records? And we can go to that VASP and say, here's a piece of paper. It's not actually a piece of paper, as you can imagine, it's digital, but here's this digital notification. Tell us everything we want to know. And then within a few hours, we can turn that information around and send it on to our colleagues in Lithuania if needs be, or anywhere else in the world. Granted, there are some countries that aren't part of Egmont, and there are some countries that obviously aren't being dealt with at the moment, but everything is based on risk. But there are those worldwide areas which enable governments to talk to each other very quickly, and it's all about deterring financial crime. Like I said, I speak fast, and I do apologise. So one of the comments we had on our survey within the typology is that monitoring of cross-border transactions is still a problematic issue. Now, obviously the travel rule. At the moment, I get huge amounts of data from banks about money that's gone from one place to another. So an Isle of Man based bank will provide us with data, and that information we can marry up with suspicious transaction reports, other information, and we can say whether the risk is aligned with the volume of money that's going in and out of that organisation. It's really important for countries to be able to understand that, to be able to understand where the money's going, why the money's going there. Are the regulated industries doing their job in providing STRs? Because statistically, if you're sending all of your money to, I don't know, say Germany, for instance, you would expect suspicious transactions around Germany. If you're sending lots of money across to another country and you're not actually doing any kind of suspicious transactions around that, well, you're probably not looking hard enough. That data is really difficult at the moment for VASPs to get to us. We can't get that information. We can't make that same kind of risk assessment. It's really, really difficult. And that's why I'm a big supporter of the travel rule. I think it will increase usage because there'll be more confidence in it, in the product, in the technology, and it will continue to work. But it will hopefully solve that problem. I think later on we're going to talk about how that then works on an international level, because wonderful thing about a standard is that there's so many standards. I thought I'd throw this in for our hosts, this slide, because it demonstrates the number of governments that are probably there open for sale of software. But it really surprised me, the number of governments that aren't using commercial tools. It's really difficult to do this without something in your back pocket to help you. My FAU is between 16 and 22 people. It's really hard to keep those people, all of them, trained up on virtual assets. So we need the tools to do it. We use a tool. We also use public-private partnerships. We've launched a whole project on that on the Isle of Man at the moment, because again, the virtual asset service providers are the experts in their field. Now, for my financial intelligence officer, is not going to understand your business as well as you understand your business. So assuming we make the assumption that the virtual asset service provider isn't the criminal, because that would be a whole different investigation, you can go to them and say, well, here's a confidentiality agreement. Can we sit down? Can we talk? And because you are so passionate about what you do, you want to see virtual assets succeed. You want to see virtual assets be used more widely. Our colleagues on the Isle of Man, they go above and beyond what we could do in our office in providing evidence, providing insights, explaining why different things happen. But I still can't believe that there are governments, when the survey was done late last year, they had no commercial tools available to them. Cost is one of them, I'm sure, and then also probably understanding their risks. So a lot of governments will say, well, it's just not for us to understand. We'll let other people understand it. Or they've outlawed it, in which case they really need to understand it more, because then you've got a law that says virtual asset service providers aren't allowed, and yet you're not doing anything to look at see if anybody's breaching that law. Some recommended reading, obviously my typology report, but also the FATF and the methodology both give really good insights into their recommendation 15. And then I'll leave you with a quote which really stuck with me when I heard it, in that money laundering fuels organised crime and terrorism. Professional money launderers are just as responsible, read VASPs in there, as the traffickers for bringing drugs, well, professional money launderers who are VASPs, as the traffickers who are bringing drugs and guns onto the streets. They enable the drug and gun traffickers, the wildlife traffickers, and they're responsible for the gang violence that follows. The stabbings, the shootings, the drug overdoses, the murders and deaths. That is why money laundering must be stopped to save lives. And that's why I'd encourage virtual asset service providers to really get on board with the AML-CFT, get on board with travel rule, the recommendations, the FATF recommendations, because if you stop money laundering, it will save lives. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I learned that we are all friends and that we are not perfect. I think that we are
The
kind of not
the Isle of Man
bad.
as well is not perfect.
But stay on the stage. I have a few questions for you. I'm glad that you are using the Slido. Oh, 1 second. You mentioned that AML rules, those who apply to the banks now apply to VASPs. Do you think that it's a right approach, taking in consideration that the technologies used by the banks and the VASPs are different? What do you think about that?
I think the technology is eventually going to meet in the middle. You need the international banks, if they embrace blockchain, would be able to do it. But yes, it's the same rules. It's how you get there. So looking at due diligence, level of due diligence you need to do on your customers. You need to know who your customers are. That should be the same across the board. How that is proven is very different. So technology has moved forward. No longer do you necessarily walk in with a passport and 3 copies of your paper utility bills. You don't have paper utility bills for starters anymore. So technology will move forward, and yes, the recommendations move forward. But I think the core rules should apply.
We also have one a question from YouTube channel.
Okay.
Looks like from Latvia. Hello, Latvia. Hello, everyone
Hopefully not from my colleagues.
online. Nice to have you there, not here, unfortunately. The question is, any opinions on monitoring unhosted wallets?
Whose responsibility is it?
Tough one, huh?
It would be like monitoring. If you simplify it completely, it's like monitoring the cash that your grandmother stashes under the bed. It is really, really difficult. And I'm not clever enough to understand the solution when you have people moving it between unregistered wallets. Personally, we should be doing things that will stop financial crime and looking at the reasons as to why people would have unregistered wallets. How many good reasons are there to have unregistered wallets? Absolutely people's privacy, but there is a balance.
Of course, how many money is laundered with a cash, huh?
Yes,
Well,
and that's the thing to remember is that we're talking about fractions of a percent compared to fiat, the money laundering in fiat currency. It's tiny realistically, and people forget that. Yes, it's a very high-risk area, but actually the money being laundered through the fiat banking system and cash is hugely more, hugely.
And one last question about the travel rule. It's, I guess, a tough one. Everyone is, thinking how to do it. So, how do you think? What is the challenge to assess that? Do you think the sanctions evasion of crypto in Europe is big?
Big's a relative term.
How big?
I think it's possible. It's possible. Absolutely, it's possible. I think the challenges around the travel rule are going to be the international side, getting everybody to agree to the same level of standards, the same interactions and the same protocols. And I think when you get to that stage, you can then start assessing further risks to the travel rule. I don't know if that answers the question, but yes, without doubt, there is money laundering happening without the travel rule, and it will continue with the travel rule, but it'll hopefully mitigate it.
Well, thank you, David.
It's a pleasure.
Let's give a warm round of applause.
Thank you.
I would say very interesting speech, interesting thoughts. We're very privileged to have David here. And now we're going to move to our friends, to our Broliukas or brother from Estonia this time. And I would like to invite Laura Oos, the Deputy Head of Estonian Financial Investigation Unit. She has a lot of experience with international sanctions, with financial services, credit institutions, and she will tell a bit more about the practical aspects of MiCA. The stage is yours.
Hello. Interesting topic. Last 2 years on the table already. Now it's ready, and it's given to the countries to implement. I think why I'm here, because in Estonia, the FIU is a responsible body for supervising WASPs. It have been from the beginning, and why again me? Maybe because Estonian regulation, Estonia FIU learned I don't, maybe in after 10 years I can say from the mistakes or from risks or something like that. I wouldn't say right now that everything was mistake what Estonia made regarding the WASPs and WASP regulations. But let's try it. In the beginning, when I looked the agenda, I understood that I have 40 minutes. And when I finalized my presentation, then I understood, oh, it's 20. So there is little bit slides, what are extra, but they are just for reminder. I think in this room, everybody knows what is MiCA and what is transaction regulation related to the travel rule, what David was mentioning. So I won't stop in there long time. So what MiCA brings? It brings regulations, and I have put in the bold the most important things what should be considered. But I won't read it like I said it. And the last point, anti-money laundering measures for crypto companies, they were also included to the MiCA. What I want to say is right now in this room we are talking about money laundering and anti-money laundering, but actually the MiCA is bringing closer the fintech companies to the financial system. There is not only the AML risks what the fintech companies right now is carrying. There are also capital risks, there are investment risks, there are system risks, there are operational risks. And this, what MiCA also bring it up, that we are not talking about only money laundering. What is important? Important is that more likely 22% of the global crypto industry is in Central, Northern, and Western Europe. Having a comprehensive framework like MiCA will give the EU competitive edge in its growth compared to the US or UK. The US and UK is also taking steps, but they have admitted that it will take a little bit long. Why it's a problem? I think I will end it with my presentation, this issue. There are also increasing investments, the size of crypto industry. Yesterday, I approved license financial institutions when small investment fund, as usual, traditional investment funds, but he was collecting the investments also in crypto. He held it with the crypto. So it's not only about the WASPs, virtual asset providers, but the crypto is also coming to the investment funds. They are going to the exchange, and they are starting mixing up these financial flows, and not only flows, but financial institutions. So that's why it's really important to regulate, because if one area is not regulated half, then how the other area can work. It, like I said, it will protect consumers against the fraud, the detection, and why the MiCA is, we are also like, I know that entities and companies and regulators are looking business differently, but actually the main goal should be to protect customers and protect from the fraud. I think there is no, maybe one, but no companies who are willing, who wants to be part of fraud. I'm also FATF assessor and money value assessor, and I'm always saying when I go to assess country that nations are good, only the few peoples are bad. So there is no bad sector, but there are maybe bad actors why we are all doing this. So I think the whole sector, major job is to protect our customers, ourselves. I also put the table, I won't read it all, but the overview of the treatment of the main types of crypto assets under the MiCA. As you see, not all the assets are under the MiCA. There are still some crypto assets that are not regulated. I also wanted to mention that we all talk about MiCA, but actually there is a transfer of funds regulation also, what comes to the travel rule. The travel rule is nothing new, like they were saying. It's already FATF is asking to every country to enforce the travel rule, but still somehow it's not working. And now I will go a little bit more practice. I would like to give you a little bit overview about WASP supervision in Estonia. And I would a little bit start from the history. This graphic, what you see, it's always, everybody is looking and asking how this happened, but it happened. So what we did with our legal framework when we started. In 2008, the new companies came to us and said, we want to make payments. And as this crypto currency was not really familiar, we were, high-tech country. We support it, we have e-residents and so on. So, of course, we said, yes, please come. In 2014, we understood that this is really strongly related to financial sector, and we started licensing. And Estonia, I think, was the fewest countries who licensed their WASPs. In 2016, Estonian Supreme Court made the decision regarding the cryptocurrency. And the Supreme Court really was saying that, yes, cryptocurrency is financial flows. We needed court order for that to understand. In 2017, there was new anti-money laundering regulation in Estonia. It was made renewally, totally, the big regulation or law that came into the force. And the FIU also started to see some of the risks and changes regarding the virtual asset providers. In 2018, still applications, licensings were rapidly increased. And the FIU 2018 annual report already described emerging risks of the WASPs. In 2019, the annual report describes again risks of the WASP and confirmed cases of misuses where the WASP was misused regarding the money laundering, the sanction evasions, and so on, the other criminality. Mostly when the WASPs were used was fraud. In 2022, the new changes of the Money Laundering Act was made. It came to the force in March 2020. And then really the WASPs were started treated like the financial institutions. The limited services providing, there was extra EDD measures when the WASPs wanted to some kind of service provide. And FIU revoked more than 1,800 licenses. We published also the analysis in the WASPs in September 2022 when we saw what kind of risk and how many risks were the WASPs were providing or carrying in themselves because they didn't actually took them as a financial services. In 2021, again, the NRA was published. Again, risks were shown, what kind of criminality was or unknown things were happening there. And 113 revoked licenses. And in 2021, no license were issued. Why 2021 no license was issued? Because in 2020 the law change was so major that all WASPs had to come renewing the license. Because the law was changed, they needed to apply new obligations. What the FIU started doing was really looking to the WASPs and understanding what businesses the new WASPs want to do. And for our surprise was that quite a lot of companies, even they didn't know what kind of business they will be providing. The WASPs were in a starting position. They haven't been started yet. So they haven't figured out totally what kind of business they have, what kind of customers they want to have, what kind of countries they want to serve, and so on. And quite a lot, if we ask more and more questions, then the WASPs also understood that, okay, maybe I really need to do my business plan and think about it, what I want to do and how I want to do. I would say that this was the major thing why the licenses were revoked, because a lot of WASPs took the license themselves back. Not we didn't take them, but they took it back to understand or take more time to understand what this industry is and how to deal with there. Regarding WASP licenses and reporting, as you see in early years, we had a lot of WASPs, like the last graphic was showing. But how many WASPs were reporting actually? After 2020, when the law was changed, the 2021, we had a big on-site inspections, quite a lot of WASPs. And we understood that the knowledge increased and the virtual asset providers started also understand what is their obligation to do. After that, as you see in 2022, already the reporting to the FIU was better. And in September 2023, it's also good. What we now have been dealing with always, like, if you see something suspicious, please do the report. But then you start having a bad quality reports before. And after you educate, you see the mistakes, then the SDRs are coming a little bit lower. But it doesn't have to be that this is bad. Actually, for us, it's good, because the quality of the SDRs are now better. And not just suspicious was sent to the FIU. So this is where the major new law requirements, what the WASPs had to have from the 2022. As you see, it's really related with capital, share capital, because we saw that virtual asset providers didn't have the back and liquidity. And if something happened, then they were not protected, and the customers also was not protected. We also see that quite a lot of persons were in companies, board of members. So 20 companies, one board member in every 20 companies, how it can be, how the person can effectively work in 20 companies. It's a little bit scary for me. So there is now a new requirement that one person can be only in one entity compliance person. You can't work in every company. It can be argued that maybe it's when the company is starting, there is not so many work there. So one person maybe can be and do the job one half in one company, the other half. But right now we saw that this was the best solution for us. Extra requirements, board members. We saw so many board members who were gardeners, hairdressers. So they didn't have any education or understanding, no fintech, no financial institutions to be or lead the company. So there was a requirement that the board member must have higher education and at least 2-year experience in this sector. Also requirements for the internal external audit, it was because the capital, detailed description of WASP services, mainly to understand what kind of services this WASP is providing. Like I said before, these services already starting mixing each other, and if somebody is like, I exchange virtual assets, is it good enough? For me, it's not. How the money is coming in? Are you holding? Are you keeping the keys yourself? What kind of currencies you exchange? Is it only fiat? Is it the other currencies? So we really, really want to understand detailed services, what the virtual asset providers are providing. Prohibition also provides services outside business relationship. So you have to know your customer. Only then you can do the business. Not only everybody who are stepping in from the outside. Specific EDD measures for the WASPs. The EDD measures are really taking consideration of this sector and differences of this sector. So they are not same for the banks or for the payment institutions. Detailed business plan, like I said, risk appetite, risk assessment they have to understand what kind of customers they want to serve, what kind of customers they never serve. A requirement for EDD tools and systems. As we know, our not friendly North Korea is loving to have cyber attacks, and not only them, we are seeing more. So requirement for IT tools, if you are dealing with IT, then you have to have proper internal controls that the systems really, really work. And information about internal, external auditor, what they have to give us. We also put in place, and we will start getting this information from the January, regular reporting obligation to understand about more risks. What we can see, what we can take out external information is about maybe the flows, maybe how big the WASP is, but we never know what kind of customers this virtual asset providers is having. So we put in place regular reporting to see the more risk picture in the country. This is the due diligence measures report, what kind of measures they are using. Provided the service report, what kind of services exactly they are providing. Just these informations help us to see the risk picture in the country, but also risk picture for the supervisor for this entity. So we know what kind of virtual asset providers are for us higher risk and what are the lower risk. Also the balance sheet and income statement will be reported to the regulator. And it starts like that. This is the big picture. The WASP will send to Data Bank of Estonia. Right now, the Bank of Estonia already collecting from the banks this kind of information. This information will be stored, and after forward, there will be automated risk matrices and sectorial dashboard in online, not online, because they are reporting every quarterly, so we will have every quarter new information. Tips and tricks. What can I say from our experience? If the other countries will start also licensing, please make a clear timeline for the licensing. What we saw that it was quite extensive. When we started renewing licensing again 2022 in the beginning, there was, if I remember correctly, 400 virtual asset providers, but for the regulator, review all the 400 entities again, it's quite time-taking. And even if you want to be so detailed as I showed, like our law was seeing this, so clear timeline and resources. Enough resources to maybe took this first step and look all the country virtual asset providers over. Guidance for the market participants. If they coming and applying with new regulation like MiCA, then there should be from countryside clear guidance what the regulator is waiting from the virtual asset provider. So there was quite a lot of mess regarding this that we were sending back, please give it us business plan. This is not the business plan. You are missing this part, you are missing this part. So this communication was like back and forward, back and forward. If you have clear guidance, then you don't have this kind of issues. From the virtual asset providers, what we really would like to see is transparency. There were companies who didn't understand that they are in financial system or financial institutions world, and they have to explain more. They are not just companies in the business register. They have to explain more. But there were some companies who wanted to keep the information so much themselves and nothing to reveal. And we was like struggling. So best transparency, please, if you go to the regulator, talk, what do you want to do? Bring your board members who will explain. Bring your owner who shows this commitment for this kind of, for this company. Show the compliance officer who knows everything about how to mitigate all the risks. So the transparency, more you show to the regulator, the more the regulator will understand you and more easier this process will be. We hope that regarding MiCA, this forum shopping will end. If you have one license in one country, then you don't need more. You don't have to go and find what kind of country have maybe easier regulations and so on. It will be more easier to supervise. Right now, what we see as in European Union, there are different authorities who are supervising the WASPs. And to communicate each other, between each other, the supervisors, it's quite hard because the FIU, the FSA, they are using different tools, they're using different communication channels, different information. I wanted also a little bit touch sunrise issue. I think this issue don't go away, but I won't stop in here quite a lot because I think we can discuss it more deeply. But for me, this issue I think will a little bit stay longer. And as David was mentioned, unlicensing WASPs. I can assure he's correct. This issue is coming, and I think it's not the only issue for the regulators. I think this is an issue for the market, and not and also the WASPs themselves. If these actors will stay in the market, they will make a mess. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Please stay on the stage. I have few announcements to make. First, please ask the questions. You should go to slido.com and type crime fighters and write your questions. We haven't provided you any questions yet, so I have one. What do you think, how many WASPs, licensed WASPs, will Estonia have after MiCA regulation or implementation of it?
stay tuned. We are in the end of process, but we still not know how much, because there are still, we are waiting some kind of information to make this decision. But I can ensure all virtual asset providers are already assessed. So we are really in final process. I think in a week, 2, we'll be the number in place.
So 100, 200?
No number.
No number. I really wanted to have a number. I would ask Laura to sit down. Please warm applause. It was very interesting to hear how the Estonia is doing and dealing with the cryptos. We were waiting to see what's going to happen and learning from your mistakes and not mistakes. Now we're going to move to the panel discussion, and I would like to invite Ekaterina Govina, the head of Partnership and Regulation Affairs at AMLYZE, the moderator, and I'm going to give you the microphone a bit later. You can sit down, I can walk. Together with her, I would like to invite our friend, David Baker. You already met him. Also, Audrius Valeika and Asta Tsemnolonskaite. Also, I have some seats here. Those who are in the back, please come here because I feel alone. And I don't like feeling alone. After this panel, we're going to have a break. But if you have some very urgent call and you really need to leave the room, please close the doors and respect our silence here. Ekaterina, now the microphone is yours.
Hello. Good afternoon. Those of you who are there, do you hear us? Well, at the end, yeah? Okay, you are nodding, yeah? Or not? You are not, nodding, no. Okay, so let's, I will ask you to speak a bit louder and keep your mic near your lips, yeah? Maybe it will be better. Okay, so thank you very much, Laura and David, for your introductions to our topic, to our discussions. I would like to ask every one of you introduce yourself, but David and Laura, as you introduced yourself already, so maybe you can just share one interesting thing about yourself. Maybe some fun fact, hobby, just to understand that the people from FIU are humans after all, if you are.
Actually, I'm not a human.
So you don't have any hobbies, any pets?
I'm in Defense League, reservist, and my rank is lieutenant.
Oh, okay.
So
nice,
I'm not
nice.
human.
Okay, David, about you?
Yeah, I can't really follow that. That's really impressive. But I can probably tell you about the Isle of Man, because it's far more interesting. Our cats don't have tails.
No
Really?
way.
Yeah.
Why is that? It just, okay.
Because
it's
they're
like-
better.
Okay, it's interesting. Okay, thank you very much. Asta, let's move to you. You can introduce yourself and tell us some interesting fact about yourself.
So my name is Asta.
Asta, can you please?
Oh, Asta Tsemnolonskaite, and here I'm representing the industry. I'm a compliance officer at crypto firm Uphold. Fun fact about me, I speak Chinese.
Oh, nice. Okay, if there are any Chinese in the audience, you can speak with us afterwards. And Audro, you came with your uniform, so you seem really serious here in our panel. So can you introduce yourself? And
yeah, my name is Audrius Valeika. I'm Deputy Director of Financial Crime Investigation Service. Maybe a fun thing, but because I'm an officer, I think that I don't afraid any OCGs in Lithuania. And why? Because I spent over 20 years in law enforcement institution different, so I know maybe I think I know a lot of them. And I don't think that in Lithuania is the best place to do crimes and to money laundering things and so on and so on. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you for that. Let's move to audience now. So I'm really eager to understand whether you are interested in the topic overall. So those of you who are interested in crypto, in Mika, can you raise your hands, please? Half an audience, yeah, okay. The next question would be who are working in directly or indirectly in crypto industry? Okay, a third of you. And who have read MiCA regulation from Article 1 to Article 1005? Okay, just 10% of the audience. Nice. Okay, so it's really nice that we can elaborate on that and just give you some information what is written actually there. Okay, so David, I would like to start with you. Crypto is here for 15 years already. Yeah, so Bitcoin was introduced in 2008-9. Yeah, so it's already 15 years. So why do we need regulation now, after 15 years? What problems actually are we trying to solve as regulators, as policymakers? So can you focus on specific issues in crypto? Yeah, that we are trying to tackle and that are causing real harm to our societies.
Yeah, I said it at the end of my presentation. It's about saving lives, and money laundering causes deaths. There's no way around it. Whether it's through an OCG, whether it's through sanctions, but it's a careful balance between transparency and privacy. And you'll have a lot of people that say, well, I don't want MiCA, I don't want regulations, I don't want the government knowing what I'm doing. There is that part of privacy, but realistically, that isn't how the modern world works. And someone mentioned about the unregulated wallets, the separate wallets. They are just like your grand's cash under the bed. But when that cash is spent or when that money is spent, that is when we need to look at it and make sure that criminals aren't taking advantage of that, because criminals will take advantage of it.
Okay, I was expecting of some stories, of some numbers, of like billions of euros laundered through crypto. So, do you have any like specific, numbers on what crypto is causing, like what harm crypto is actually causing economies?
Well, I think the billions that have gone into North Korea recently was, they're not being used to feed the people, are they? Is it? It's only being used to develop one thing, really. So there is that. There is the. It was mentioned before about the giving people the confidence in the market again, so that it used to be that you would invest in a big bank, you would go to a big company. Well, the recent events with FTX and all the others, you're seeing that just because somebody's big doesn't necessarily mean that they're not at risk. So it's going to start protecting the consumers and protecting the people.
Yeah, maybe FTX is a good example that we don't only need to protect states from some illegal money transfers and so on, but consumers and customers of crypto industries as well. Yeah, because they deserve, probably, if it's mainstream, they deserve some level of protection. So Asta, I would like to move here to you. You are the only industry representative here in our panel discussion. So do you see, as an industry representative, do you see crypto rather as a threat for your business or an opportunity just to manifest to the world that now we are legal, yes, we are credible, you can trust us and bring more money to crypto?
I'm encircled by FIU, so I cannot provide any other answer. But yeah. Yes, MiCA brings a lot of changes, and these are challenging. And now when ESMA and EBA started releasing their technical standards, I think we see the actual scope, how big MiCA is, I assume some of the crypto businesses won't be able to accept that challenge, or probably won't be willing to accept that, because it puts quite big regulatory burden on crypto firms. Anyways, I am a compliance person, so I see MiCA as a positive thing. We had quite, I know quite a lot of conversations at Uphold, and I've never heard that someone would say this will destroy our business or we will need to escape, we will need to leave European market. Quite contrary, I hear those optimistic talks and I hear people talking about opportunities rather than challenges. I don't know, I think bigger crypto exchanges already are applying certain standards. We're not so much isolated from the traditional financial systems. We do have banking partners who push us for more. We see what we need, to do in order to also survive as a business, and we know what governance arrangement, IT security. We do apply certain prudential standards, not that big as in MiCaDex, but we will need to adjust. It will be a lot of changes, but I don't know, I see it as a positive thing, and probably we just need to understand that this will be a new normal.
Yeah, thank you for that. Laura, you mentioned it during your presentation that one Estonian investment firm actually applied for you for VASP license. Yes, if I understood correctly, because they wanted to introduce some crypto, probably tokens, to their clients. So my question would be on this blending of traditional finance with crypto industry. So with MiCA, because when we are talking about MiCA, it's not only like regulation for CASPs or VASPs, yes? It's regulation for traditional financial industry as well, for banks, for electronic money institutions, for investment firms and so on. So do you envisage a bigger merge or blend within this traditional and crypto industry in the future? And maybe you are seeing that already in Estonia.
Yeah, they are merging, and quite a lot of services already are coming together each other. Like I said, it was investment fund company who came for the licensing process. But when he described his business plan, then we understood that no, it's not only the investment fund what you are providing. He was investing traditional fund, but he was collecting these investments in crypto, and he was not exchanged them to fiat, but he kept in crypto these kind of these funds. So there is like mix and up, and that's why we go back to the company and please explain why you don't have to have crypto license, why you are coming this license. And now the company have to explain why his investment fund and not the crypto. But I think I'm quite sure that after 3-5 years we already are in the place where we can't maybe separate them.
Yeah, it's probably the case everywhere, yeah. And in Estonia, we see LHV bank already, as far as I know, offering their clients trading in crypto. Here in Lithuania, we have Revolut, who as well offering their clients to trade in crypto, to keep crypto in their wallets. But of course, traditional, more like established banks, Scandinavian banks, they still, I don't imagine that in a 5-year time they will be offering that, but we will see. We have some representatives here. Maybe they can share their perspective after that. Yeah, David, you want to?
Yeah, on the Isle of Man, we've got, there are probably enough institutions, enough restaurants and cafes and shops that now accept Bitcoin natively. And there is a couple of companies, admittedly, VASPs, that pay their staff in Bitcoin. And I'd love to know how much confidence their staff have that they don't need to move out of their wallets and into their current accounts, because it's your mortgage and it's your rent and it's everything else. But they could feasibly, probably apart from paying a traditional mortgage, they could actually go and spend that money because they've got the confidence in it because they're sat where you're sat.
Yeah, it's a saying that the moment tax inspectorate accept crypto for tax payments, so then crypto is just everywhere. Yeah, but we probably won't see it in the nearest future. Audriu, Laura shared Estonian perspective on crypto industry development, and we saw like 1,000 plus companies registered in the country. Then a new regulation introduced. Then a lot of companies just were gone, and now, as far as I saw, Laura, only 16 licenses were issued in 2 years period. In Lithuania, after Estonian exodus on crypto industry, a lot of them came to Lithuania. Yeah, and now they are going to Poland, to other countries as well. So they are migrating. Yeah, hopefully after Mika we don't see that. But there is a challenge right now, I guess, Audriu, for you, to deal with the crypto industry. And judging from inspections last year and this year's, it seems that crypto is like a main focus for you at the moment. Am I right? And what challenges do you actually face? And maybe, I don't know, maybe you have some solutions to deal with these challenges in more effective ways.
Yeah, I think that the solution will be Mika. Of course, this law will not solve all the problems, but we will have the same regulation and the same rules in all EU, and I think it's very good. About the challenges and priorities, yes, for FIU, for Financial Crime Investigation Service, nowadays WASP's checks is the priority, and we already 2 years did analysis related to WASPs, and during the inspections, yes, we see some problems not so big, but some are critical, and it's not allowed it. We are talking not just all requirements in our law, it's not just a bureaucratical something issues or something. We talk about, like my colleague said, we are talking about saving the lives. And we're talking about money laundering, and it's not funny. So it is a priority for us. We, until the Mika will come into Lithuania, we will supervise, and it would be the priority for us.
Yeah, thank you for that. There is a question from audience, but I guess it's not a question for our FIU right now. So when FIU, FNTT in Lithuanian, planning to provide national guidelines on Mika, so how it is going to be implemented, and can WASPs expect help from FIU on that?
Yeah, we have to wait for the all requirements from the EU institutions, and Bank of Lithuania already did some presentation and did some, we already had some presentation in this field. So in our, from FIU or FNTT and Lithuanian, first of all, we must wait who will be supervising authority in Lithuania, and it depends a lot from this decision, from politician decision. Of course, FIU and Financial Crime Investigation Service will not go far away, because we are a law enforcement institution and financial investigation unit, so we will be next to all the questions related to Mika and WASP and so on and so on.
Okay, thank you. Just before jumping to the next the topic on travel rule, I would like to ask you, do you hold any crypto by yourself? Asta, yes. David?
Embarrassingly, no, for this
Okay.
audience.
So you don't know what you are supervising, actually?
I have in the past.
Okay.
I'm probably one of those few people who decades ago mined some when it was 400 for a pizza and thought nothing of it. So I could have been somewhere else right now.
Okay, okay. Again, question to the audience. How many of you are holding crypto? It doesn't matter what sum, it doesn't matter for what purposes. Can you raise your hands? Oh, it's like half an audience. Yeah, really nice. Actually, European Central Bank conducted research last year or this year, I don't remember. So they saw that in Eurozone or European Union, on average, 10% of people already either bought or sold and so on crypto. So 10% of European population, European Union population already are engaged in crypto directly by like investing their own money to that. Yeah, okay, next topic, travel rule. Laura, you showed in presentation, but you didn't elaborate on that, and it was new for me, the term sunrise effect.
Sunrise effect.
Can you
yeah.
elaborate on that? What do you mean by that?
I will talk from supervisor perspective. What we see, the travel rules was in place already. I think 2017 in our law, but it didn't work. And why it didn't work? Because you can't transact in isolated room. You can ask that you have to have also travel rule, but if he doesn't provide you travel rule, what you gonna do? Of course you're gonna do the transaction, otherwise you can't do the business. And I think this travel regulation or this, travel regulation or information regulation will make things better, but there are still third countries. There are still third countries who haven't implemented this travel rule. And are we then starting transactioning in Europe in isolation? I don't think so. But I think that it will improve, but we will deal this issue a long time, I think. And it's not only about the travel regulation. As how many here are in traditional banking system? Then these people knows that even the payments, the same issue is. Not all the information is always there, even though that we have EU payment regulation. So this issue will be, but I hope that this new regulation also will a little bit mitigate those risks.
Thank you for that. David, do you have any recipe for that? Because, currently we have some countries introduced travel rule. We will have it in the European Union, like harmonized. So how will the world engage if some countries requires some information to be in place and others not? Fragmented business?
You end up with two economies or multiple economies. And I think you look at the way the shadow economies work. If people want to move money, they will do it. Criminals will find a way, whether that's using offshore finance centers and company registrations, nominee directors, nominee shareholders. They will find a way around. So looking at how the travel rule will impact, sadly, probably overly impact the legitimate people that are moving money back and forth, and it'll make it harder for them. But that is an excuse not to put it in place, because you need it in place to stop the criminals. But how, if one side of the Atlantic introduces one set of rules versus the EU, then I genuinely don't know how they're going to mitigate it. They've got to form, a bit like the SWIFT network and all the other kinds of different money transfer networks, they will evolve into one international standard, however that operates, whether it's clearing houses or clearing centres or something like that. But it's not something I particularly have a solution on.
Okay, maybe industry has some solution. Asta, how do you see travel rule as such? Is it something that wishful thinking or something that really can be applied worldwide? When we thinking about business that is operating worldwide, not just in specific country or specific region.
I agree. There's no one solution for that, and we actually, our company has an entity in the UK. We operate in Canada, where travel rules implemented as well. We implemented it, but yes, these problems remain, and I think it will depend on how long we will remain on that sunrise effect and period. But I think when Europe will need to apply travel rule, we will already have some lessons learned from the other jurisdictions.
Yeah, and I have questions from the audience, and please do keep writing your questions. It's really helpful to to speak to you what is relevant to you actually. So Asta, maybe you can take this one, or Audriu. So when does travel rule have to be implemented within Lithuanian WASPs? How is it going to be checked?
difficult question. It must be implemented according to the regulation, according to the, all the MiCA package of the law. But in Lithuania, it will be the same. I don't know clear date in this field, but back a little bit, I think that we must implement this travel rule. There will be issues, but please remember some, I don't know, 10 years when we talked about GDPR, it was the same. EU implement, United States not, or other countries not, but we are like the biggest ship when we talk about our customers, about the ordinary EU people. So we must to protect their decision and all the rights. So we must implement. It's not easy always to have new rule, but I think in my opinion after 10 years we will be just laughing from this rule because we all implemented this.
Yeah, it always seems challenging from the beginning, but when you start working on any issue, then it becomes easier.
During one of our checks, one of the WASP said that they understand that this must be implemented, and they are already trying to create or to buy, I don't know, but they are thinking about their own software in this field and to find the way how to implement in the correct way and to have quite good instrument to implement this travel loop.
Mm-hmm. And Audrey, one more question for you, as you have mic in your hands. So maybe you can share some typologies on crypto that you find while checking, crypto companies, or you find from any other sources. So maybe main breaches of WASPs currently that are being incriminated to them and that they should focus their attention on.
It will take a lot of time. Please read our internet page, and I think I see my colleague Edmundas, and he's chief of FIU, so he already know of this question. So I think in the future we will publish, and we already published some of the typologies, and this information was in our newspapers and social media. But if still a gap of information, please just write to me and I will share all the information that we have.
Okay, Edmund, do we have you here in the audience? Can you raise your hand just for people to know how to approach you? Okay, he's somewhere hiding here already. You can see him, okay. So you can point him. Okay, one more question on pre-MiCA consultations, and somebody is asking whether our FIU is planning some consultations on that. But I guess the answer would be Bank of Lithuania just last week, they had a consultation, not consultation, but rather, I don't know how to call this, educational event on MiCA. So please follow either Bank of Lithuania or FIU, probably website or information. And I guess there will be many more in the future, because currently still ESMA, EBA are working on some guidelines and so on. So I think that for everyone, and we should be patient probably, because for everyone it's new, everyone is irritated probably, how they should implement, how you should supervise. So it is an evolving issue, I guess. So Laura, maybe you can share Estonian perspective here, how industry, I think that industry was really angry at the beginning when they got these new requirements, but how you manage to somehow manage this situation after all?
Like I said, tips and tricks, lessons to learn. We didn't start it in the beginning, but maybe the convenient way. We didn't have this kind of guidances, and when we understood that nobody understands what we want them, then we made a guidance and how to come to the licensing system. And of course they weren't happy, and I really understand about, and I forgot it to say that I'm not sure was it good or bad, but maybe it wasn't good that we, because we didn't have MiCA, we made it step by step, and our poor virtual asset providers needed to come 3 times to renewing the license, and it's not really convenient, and we really understand. But like I said, we didn't have MiCA before, and we just from the practice understood what's need to be done and what regulation we really need.
How many court cases are you having right now with WASPs?
In the beginning, there was more, and like I said, please communicate each other. It will be resolved quite a lot of problems and misunderstandings. So now, after this strong process, I would say 3 years, we are to the market better place. We are already communicating, and right now, this court case, there are not so many anymore, but still, there are some angry people.
Okay, David, you can.
Yeah, I was going to go back to it will come because it's an international standard. So within the next several years, as countries go through their evaluations, whether it's Moneyval, whether it's CENTIF, whether it's any of the other ones, they will be evaluated on having this legislation in place. And so there is an end in sight. All countries end up being grey-listed. And if you're grey-listed, then that equates to something like a hit on average about 7% on your GDP. You know, for the Isle of Man, it's probably going to be much more if we end up being grey-listed, and for other countries a bit less. South Africa's 1%, but 1% is still a lot when you look at the GDP of South Africa. So countries can't afford to be grey-listed. So the regulations will come in, and there will be an end in sight where all the other jurisdictions will be falling in line. How effective they are is how effective are anybody.
Makes sense. We have a question that we don't get an answer. We will not get an answer, I know, because we agreed with Audrius that he cannot answer this question right now. The question is when oversight of WASPs will be transferred from FIU to Lietuvos Bankas, Bank of Lithuania. So it is not decided yet. Nobody knows how it will be, but maybe we can learn from Estonia in that sense. Laura, so WASPs are currently under supervision of FIU. But as you mentioned, that it's not only AML risk involved in WASP's activity, it is as well capital risks, operational risk, cyber risk, and so on. So what do you envisage, whether it will be a financial services authority or FIU supervising WASPs or CASPs after MiCA is in place?
Yeah, we are also, again, new law is coming, and renewing license again is coming in Estonia also. But the law is in the not proved yet, and discussions are also ongoing, but it seems that they are going to FSA, because as we see, there is not good enough for supervising regarding the AML, but also the capital side is important, the IT tools, audit side, everything is I don't want to say same as financial institutions, but quite similar.
Okay, so you probably see FSA as supervisory authority of WASPs in the future. Okay, we will see how we will end up in Lithuania regarding that. Asta, I speak with some crypto industry representatives, and for me it seems that not many of them are aware of that MiCA will come one day, but they are not actually putting their attention and resources right now to understand what MiCA requires and preparing themselves, updating all the policies, processes, and so on right now. How you see situation, whether you are preparing in your company already, and what you see from industry perspective, and maybe some, I don't know, some thoughts and for audience just to understand whether they need already start preparing themselves if they want to operate in MiCA area.
They definitely need to start preparing right now. and I hear the questions, and sometimes it seems that FIU, Bank of Lithuania, or whoever will regulate us will solve all the problems and will provide all the answers. But I think we have, I know, 18 months till Mika, and we need to start preparing now. All the ESMA, EBA started preparing technical standards. I think this is a very good source to read and to understand what's coming, and to allocate resources, to allocate, I know it's not only compliance, and it's not AML, not fully AML thing. There will be a lot of changes in payments, risk management, IT security, everything. So this is not AML unit job only, and companies need to start preparing right now. And I think when the time comes, we'll get more news from whoever regulates us. But
Can I say from
Yeah,
the
sure.
practical side, real case? The 2022 virtual asset providers did have to have external audit report. They had it. They knew that the law went to force in March, and they had it to submit the external audit report in next year in January. And when the November came or December, then everybody started to writing to FIU that there is no external audits anymore country who would do this supervising, because it's related to virtual currency providers. The old audit companies doesn't know this kind of companies. All audit companies doesn't audit regarding the AML or this liquidity and everything like that. So this is the real practical issue was there was no audits because everybody started in November.
Yeah, so we can probably wrap up our discussion by saying that it's time to prepare yourself right now. So if you didn't yet, so start reading Mika. It will take 2 months approximately to finish it, and then probably work on like internal procedures, policies, and so on. Because when time will come, it probably will be much more complicated and resourceful to do that. So thank you very much, Audrey, Asta, David, and Laura, for your time, for your insights. So there are some questions left uncovered, but Edmundas is here, so he will cover them. Thank you very much.
And now it's time for a well-deserved coffee. So go talk with, network, but don't forget that I'm very strict on timing. So we're gonna start again after 15 minutes. So 3:35, be here. Enjoy. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed the coffee. We still have some seats left next to me. Please take the pleasure and come closer. The second part of the event will be one of, at least for me, one of the most interesting. And I am very delighted to welcome Megan Johnson, the fintech contributor to the Forbes and the founder of Portuguese fintech consultancy Digital Mags. And Megan will be speaking about recent regulations, regulation storm, I would say, in the EU, and the state of banking as a service in 2023. Megan, the stage is yours.
Cool. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Megan Johnson, and I'm really excited to be here in Vilnius. So first, I'd like to give a huge thank you to the AMLYZE team for the invitation to come here. And despite the fact that my great-grandmother actually came from Vilnius, it's my first time in Lithuania. So really, really excited and happy to be here. So my keynote today will be all about bank as a service. I'll focus on some of the tensions that we see in the ecosystem and a need for finding balance between the different players. So really quickly, who am I? What do I do? Why am I up here talking to you about BaaS, or bank as a service? So I've been working within digital financial services and fintech for the past 10 years. So I work with traditional banks, neobanks, bank-as-a-service providers, fintechs, management consultancies on all things financial service product development, strategic research, customer experience, and go-to-market strategy. I'm also a fintech contributor at Forbes, so keeping on top of regulatory news as well as trends within the industry, and I'm a subject matter expert at Manchester Business School on digital finance. So over the past years, I've been fortunate enough to work with a lot of different players within the bank-as-a-service ecosystem. So working with the BaaS suppliers, the embedded finance enablers, and also fintechs that use bank-as-a-service or embedded finance to power their products and services. And a lot of the research I've done with both the suppliers and consumers sees me speaking to customers, so end users that are consuming the products and services that are powered by BaaS. So enough about me, and let's talk about bank as a service. So I think we can all agree that bank as a service is here to stay, and this is very much a good thing. I won't get into all the benefits about BaaS, the evolution about BaaS, the challenges of BaaS, but from my perspective, I think BaaS has been an absolutely fabulous thing for financial services as well as consumers. So with the whole, with the rapid kind of growth of the BaaS and embedded finance business model, there has been a greater democratization of finance. So consumers around the globe have been able to access better, cheaper financial products and services. So for example, in the US, we have Chime, which is a huge fintech that uses a BaaS to provide low-cost, no minimum balance accounts for lower-income Americans. We have Chipper Cash in Africa, which partners with a BaaS that allows for lower-cost cross-border payments and remittances. And in Europe, we have the likes of Trade Republic, which works with a BaaS to provide low-cost investments to consumers in Germany. So BaaS is here to stay. It's a great thing, but with all the benefits, there's also some tensions that we see within the BaaS ecosystem. And what we see with BaaS in particular, why it is a good thing and how it's consumed by both fintechs as well as brands. So thinking about the fintech perspective, BaaS removes the need for high upfront investment costs and allows the fintech startups to do what they do best: build products and services quickly, iterate, and disrupt the financial services landscape. And from the brand perspective, so we tend to see brands partner with embedded finance enablers more than the traditional BaaS providers. And for the brands, this removes the need for deep financial services knowledge, licensing requirements, and allows these brands with loyal customers to open up new revenue and funding streams and increase loyalty amongst their customers. So yeah, as mentioned, BaaS is great, but it also has some tension within the ecosystem. So when I looked up the definition of tension, I came across this definition. So tension being defined as a state of latent hostility or opposition between individuals or groups. I think hostility may not necessarily be the right word here, but definitely the sense of opposition. So yeah, being a consultant and working with the BaaS providers, the fintech providers, and also being a consumer of financial products and services that are powered by BaaS, I certainly see these types of oppositions and tensions day in and day out within the BaaS ecosystem. And why does BaaS come with so much tension? Well, essentially the concept of BaaS, the whole business model, upends hundreds of years of how banking and financial services worked. So with the onset of BaaS, we've seen a significant change in the way that financial services products and services are produced, how they're consumed, how they are distributed, and how they're accessed. So with this business model, with this change that is so disruptive, it's only natural that there'll be tension within the ecosystem. And what are these tensions? So today I'm going to highlight 4 different tensions we see currently within the ecosystem. So the first tension looks at what the customer expects and what they actually receive. And just to share some recent insights from a project I took part on with a BaaS provider. So they launched a BNPL product with one of their partners, which was a financial service brand. And what happened was that there was a really high dropout rate at the application stage. So we were trying to figure out, why do we see so many people dropping out? So we spoke to a number of different customers, and what happened was that they had various different questions. So they received an offer that had a 0% rate with this BNPL product. So they wanted to know, does this apply to all transactions? How long does this last? They had questions about, the KYC process. So in some instances, they were being disconnected from the video ident. In some instances, the invitation link that they received for the product expired. So they had to contact customer support. And what happened was that the BaaS provider was the frontline customer support for customers. And I can tell you this is the worst approach you can take when it comes to customer support. Because these customers were emailing the BaaS customer support and they just weren't getting an answer. If they were, it was taking 2 to 4 weeks for them to get a response to their query. So customers receive an invitation to this really cool new product. They start the application process. Something happens and just no one responds to them. So this is, minimizing and having a negative impact on the customer experience they have with this brand. But this isn't a one-off. If I'm sure many of you have been following the saga between Apple and Goldman Sachs in the US, that relationship has significantly soured. Again, Goldman Sachs has been handling frontline support for Apple customers. Apple customers are experiencing delays in withdrawing their funds from the savings account. They have to speak to Goldman Sachs, and they're very unhappy because, again, long waiting times to speak with customer support. And if you think about Apple and how much Apple prides themselves on their exceptional customer experience, products and services, customers, again, expect one thing, an exceptional product from Apple, a brand I love. And in some instances, they're getting a totally different thing, poor customer support from the bank as a service provider. Another interesting example comes from Nigeria. And Uber partnered with Move, which is a vehicle financing embedded finance partner. And this allowed the gig economy workers to finance new vehicles. But what happened was that the price of petrol skyrocketed in Nigeria. The gig economy workers, the drivers, they couldn't afford the monthly repayments, and they were starting to have their cars impounded. So what started as a product that could really enhance the livelihoods of gig economy workers, sometimes not so easy to access traditional financing, ended up harming their livelihoods. And you'll see at the bottom, I have a screenshot of Spotify. So kind of just to conclude with this tension, I'm sure everyone here uses Spotify. It's kind of the pinnacle of a fantastic, frictionless customer experience. Amazing personalization, like you rarely ever see a bug or kind of any issue within the Spotify platform. And a lot of the brands we see that are starting to use BaaS or embedded finance are like the Spotifys. They're operating in non-regulated industries. And when you then look to get into embedded finance or bank as a service, you're incorporating products and experiences that need to have that friction, that are in a highly regulated space. So we're seeing, definitely this kind of tension and opposition towards frictionless customer experiences and customer experiences that inherently need a bit of friction to protect consumers. So the second tension between the regulators and the suppliers of BaaS. I know we have a lot of regulators in the audience today, so I will not preach to the choir, but just to kind of highlight the opposing forces here. So, from the regulatory perspective, it's important to keep customers safe, but also foster innovation. And I'm sure every European country wants to be a fintech hub. Here in Lithuania, definitely one of the more innovative and progressive regulators and fintech hubs which we see within Europe. Having a fintech hotspot, being open to innovators and fintechs is great for the economy, and it attracts high-value workers. So, we obviously see regulators looking to be quite forward-thinking, innovative, working with different BaaS providers and fintechs. But sometimes not all BaaS providers play by the rules. Sometimes they get into some gray areas. We've seen in the US recently that the Fed has warned Goldman Sachs over risk and compliant oversight. This is just one of many instances we're seeing in which the regulator is starting to clamp down on the sponsor banks within the US. I'm sure we all know what's happened in Germany with Solaris having a restriction posed on them by the BaFin. So now they have to go and have an approval from the BaFin for every new partner they onboard. And of course, I'm sure we all know about Railsbank or Railsler and what's happened with them as well. But I mean, this is not something new. We have had this tension between incumbent banks and regulators for hundreds of years, and there's no reason why bank as a service and embedded finance enablers, for example, with an EMI license, would be exempt from this necessary tension with the regulators. So the third tension looks at the fintech founders, the CPOs, the CEOs, the innovation teams at the brands consuming bank as a service or embedded finance, and their playbook on how they build products and how this goes against the nature of financial regulation. So move fast and break things. I'm sure that every regulator shudders a little bit when they see a fintech kind of living and breathing by this mantra. And I can tell you, having worked with lots of different fintechs, startups, as well as brands, this is in their DNA. They 100% live and breathe by this move fast and break things, get shit done mentality, living by the Nike playbook. They have one objective, and that is to achieve product market fit, grow their customer base, and onboard as many customers as possible. So when they have an opportunity to launch a financial product or service and do so with a BaaS, they tend to typically just see an API that lets them launch their product in record time. And that is just the tip of the iceberg. And way below that, we have so much else going on that makes it possible to consume those APIs and launch those products and services quickly. So what the compliance and the bankers see is, compliance, AML, KYC, maintaining capital requirements, data containment, maintaining and innovating the tech stack and core, card issuance. And I can tell you that founders and CPOs know these things exist and they just don't want to have to deal with them. And because they are not, financially regulated, they don't have to, simply, day in, day out. So this is, one of the big tensions we see in the industry between the consumers and producers of bank as a service. And the last tension, it's a bit more philosophical, but it's all about the future of the bank. So, over the past 10 to 15 years, with the onset of bank as a service, every year people say the bank will be made redundant. We're going to see the blockbuster Kodak moment for the bank. They'll become the rails. But quite frankly, I don't think we're there yet. I don't think we've necessarily seen this. But I think with the ubiquity of embedded finance, with the fact that the bank as a service model has become more mature, the fact that anyone, any brand can become a bank, we may see this accelerate a bit quicker. And I think this is something that everyone in the BaaS ecosystem 100% needs to be thinking about. So what does the future of the bank look like? And I saw this post on LinkedIn, and I thought it was really interesting. So this comes from Swan, which is an embedded finance enabler based out of France. And one of the employees at Swan came out with this quote. So, banks are not the future of banking, companies are. So Swan definitely betting on the fact that, in 10 years or so, maybe even sooner, 5 years, companies and brands will be the distributors of financial products and services to consumers, being that front end, not necessarily the incumbent banks. KPMG also recently released a study that predicts that traditional boundaries within the financial services industry will disappear by 2030. This is kind of the million-dollar question, I think, within fintech and digital financial services. But I think re-examining the role of the bank and the future of the bank is definitely something that will shape what's to come within the BaaS ecosystem. So in conclusion, I think everyone here wants BaaS to succeed. We're starting to see more incumbent banks make a BaaS play or an embedded finance play. We're starting to see more and more bank-as-a-service providers. Again, it does great things for the end consumer, for financial inclusion, for access and democratization of financial products and services. But there are these inherent tensions, and these tensions need to be managed by the regulators, the suppliers, as well as the consumers. So I'd like everyone in the room to kind of move towards a different definition of tension within the BaaS ecosystem. So instead of this state of latent hostility or opposition between individuals or groups, let's move towards a different definition of tension within the BaaS ecosystem. So a balance maintained in an artistic work between opposing forces or elements. Thank you.
Thank you, Megan. I think it was very, very interesting presentation and summary. I would like you to stay here with us.
Okay.
Choose the best chair. And now we're going to move to the very interesting part. We heard the view from the journalist, from the consultant, and now we're going to have a very big panel with regulators and with market participants to discuss the BaaS. Now I would like to invite Alexander Pinot. You already met him at the beginning of the event. He will be moderating this interesting and tough, I would say, panel. I'm going to give you the mic later. Sit down. Also, would like to invite Kristaps Markovski, the head of anti-money laundering department at the Bank of Latvia.
Hi.
Danas Gadeikis, the head of payment and electronic money institution supervision at the Bank of Lithuania. Juozas Kaminskas, vice president of banking and issuing and managing director at Lithuania at Nuovi. Sarp Demiray, the CEO and board member at European Merchant Bank.
Hi,
Ma-
Sarp.
Marius Galdikas, the CEO at ConnectPay. And finally, Neringa Mickevičiūtė, associate partner at Alex. Enjoy the panel. The mic is yours. Good luck.
Thank you. You see how she says good luck, like it's going to be impossible to manage with 8 people. We'll make it happen. And it's over. There is no more panelists, so we'll make it. Thanks a lot first for joining us. I think the number of panel participants here tells us a lot as to the interest around that, particularly in Lithuania, beyond US and Europe, as you briefly explained as well before, Megan. So before we start, I'll make it very short so that we have time to speak actually a bit of context here as to what we're going to discuss on top of what Megan explained as well. We've seen a sharp decrease over here in Lithuania in terms of the number of licenses issued by the Bank of Lithuania, notably between 2021 and 2022. And in the meantime, and that might be correlated or no, we've seen a sharp increase in the demand in terms of EMDs and BASS model for licensed entities. So we can assume possibly that because it was harder to get a license, people, instead of getting a license themselves, turned into BIS provider to start providing financial services. We've talked about it, Megan, before, so I don't need to recall it, but yeah, a lot is happening on the regulatory scene. In the US, we've seen what happened to Goldman Sachs recently through their banking-as-a-service branch. In Europe, again, Solaris, Bank, closer to us, also several challenges with the banking-as-a-service provider. So we don't need to recall how it is important at the moment, how we might be at the turning point of this particular business model, and that's precisely what we're going to talk about today. Before we start, maybe we set the basis and we recall how banking as a service works. So if we try to summarize the banking as a service model in one sentence, could I say that it's the possibility for businesses not licensed in a given jurisdiction to provide financial services to their customers by leveraging the license of a principal entity? Anything to add to that? Maybe Marius, for you to start with?
Yes and no. I think it's yes, but it's not that much about the license as much as it is about the product itself and the service it is, right? So yes, the financial service is regulated, and so as clearly presented.
Sorry, the mic is on mute, I guess.
Hello, hello.
Beautiful.
Shall I start from the top? So yes and no. Yes, the license is needed, but it's a lot more about the product and the service itself rather than the license, right? And it's not about leveraging the license, it's about leveraging the product, and maintaining and running a proper financial product requires a lot of upfront investment and a lot of infrastructure in technology, people, and compliance, and so on and so forth. So I think that's essentially what it is. It's a lot more about the product and leveraging the financial product rather than the license alone.
Thanks. So yes, Sarp, Marius, you gave us an overview from the EMI fintech point of view, maybe Sarp from the banking point of view. Do you see that any differently?
Well, probably I don't need to repeat the definition of banking as a service for sure, but there's a saying that I like, which is the banking as a service creates scale without the need of costs and investments. So that's the real opportunity that we see in the market. And reacting to your comment about the licenses, maybe, I won't just react on that directly, but looking at the funding that we see in the last couple of years, there's indeed a shrinking in terms of the funding amount, maybe 50% or so year on year. But actually, I believe this is an accumulation phase, where the real players are investing, including the incumbent banks and of course the new challengers and the ecosystem players too. And we can see that in the variety of the products that's delivered to the markets, and of course the regulators are reacting to that. As we know, it's the quantity over the quality over the quantity right now, so which the market is adapting to.
Indeed, particularly now. Thanks. Megan, maybe briefly before we start jumping into the regulatory and risk management aspect, from a customer point of view, because after all, it's all about the customer still, how do you see that and how do you see it empower the customer?
Okay, this is working. Yeah, I mean, I think as I mentioned, BaaS has been an absolutely phenomenal thing for customers, right? I mean, I think it provides easier access, and again, when a fintech or a brand does not have to bear those upfront costs, it usually means that they can offer a financial product or service that is at a lower cost. You know, I think if you look at any of the fintechs, typically the cost that customers pay to consume those financial products and services is cheaper than the traditional banks. So I think from the customer perspective, lower cost, better access, and definitely a good thing.
Thanks. And also, again, to set the scene, to really understand what we're talking about before going into the risk, Neringa, could you give us a brief overview of the different models, because we're going to talk about agent, about distributor, about principal. So maybe you can set the scene in this regard.
Yeah, so now the boring stuff, right? The legal stuff. So trying to be brief here, but when we talk about BaaS, banking as a service, from the commercial perspective, obviously we think about the service expansion towards a different market, towards a different customer audience, and probably a seamless kind of reception of financial services from the customer side, right? Not even thinking that I'm consuming a financial product. However, from the other side, from the side of the licensed entity extending the license and actually providing the financial service, there are a number of questions to be answered, which are actually the same as with any legacy institution. Who is my client? How am I providing the service? To whom? And how am I arranging the framework of controls? And this then leads us to the qualification of, to the legal qualification, again, boring stuff, to the legal qualification of the relationship with a partner. So the fact that you do have a commercial product and you do have a commercial relationship with another entity, which then you kind of frame under, the BaaS terminology, from the legal side of things, you need to go into the nitty-gritty qualification of a relationship, whether it is an intermediary relationship, and again, there can be a split, whether it's an agency or distribution, whether in some cases it is an outsource, whether in some particular cases when you deal with another financial institution, it is a correspondent relationship, or whether it is a commercial relationship, a reference relationship, or similar. So in that sense, the legal qualification of a relationship is extremely important, because only having this, you can actually look into the framework of controls, which we will be discussing. So, having not made this step, you can actually make a very crucial mistake and miss out on the variety, of questions.
So it's a necessary pains, but we have to go through it if we don't have...
Unfortunately so, because we do, BaaS as a commercial, service, as a model, is not a legal definition. And in financial sector, things unfortunately cannot be unregulated. They are regulated.
So
and it is not a menu.
Thanks a lot for that. Now that we have an overview of what that means, what can be the different model, and the importance of properly defining that, let's dive a little bit more into the risk management aspect, the risk, the inherent risk of it. And there is something about banking as a service we've been talking quite a lot, and I think which is quite high on the agenda of regulator as we speak, which are virtual IBANs. Virtual IBANs, which are basically the possibility for the banking as a service provider, so the licensed entity, to provide pool or master accounts to their clients, which are most of the time non-financial industries, so that these can open multiple accounts for their own clients. The problem with these, although it's amazing for clients, you can open an account and have an IBAN in a matter of a few seconds, is that we don't always know who's behind these virtual IBANs. So maybe before we talk about how we mitigate this type of risk, maybe Josas, you want to tell us as to what can be the difference between what you call a real virtual IBAN and a fake virtual IBAN?
I mean, the whole concept in the whole industry is perceived differently. Like one company that acts as a BIS sometimes, say, okay, I will give you like virtual IBANs and you can fly without the even notification as you acting as an agent, which is sometimes, is a bit bending your risk appetite of the BIS, as a product. So the whole concept of the virtual IBAN, we need to see it as an account. Typically, it is an account. It's just, a tool to keep your money in one specific place. Who owns that account? It's a question of relationship that you establish with the partner. And typically, you can say it that this belongs to the partner and user, and you already need to think that you are qualifying for the agency relationship, or likelihood is high, or you're opening those accounts on the name of the merchant. But then, again, you need to ask yourself, what are the risks that the partner will not distribute those accounts to multiple users that you don't know actually who are they? And we typically see those recent examples are about this two models and mix up between those two models, where the risk management stops to reflect on the actual owner of the account. Because it's easy through the APIs, to give you an account, you will distribute that account to your end user, and then what? How I can know who's behind that account? I know just the partner name. So this is like, the concept is a bit, getting in the gray zone, and that's why, all the compliance and risk management controls are really become important, because both models can fly, but you need to ask those important questions before giving the account, not after, or after, I don't know, the regulator knocks on your doors.
I think we're already getting somewhere as to the importance of clarity and transparency to what you do, what you propose, what you offer your customer, and where the responsibility is. As Neriga mentioned, it's super important from the very beginning to call a cat, I mean, to have a clear definition of what you're actually doing. I don't know if we say call a cat in English. We say it in French. Anyway. Now, when it comes to the distinction, the principle, when it comes to the relationship between agent and distributor, Denas, I'm turning to you. What do you think this relationship should be based on when it comes to who of the principal or the agent should be responsible for the risk management, specifically when it comes to money laundering and terrorism financing in the end? How to make sure that the responsibility are clearly defined?
Right, that's a good question to ask. First of all, starting with definition of BAS, I think important part was to mention is risk. Financial services bring risk, and it may sound good from customers' point of view when everything goes smoothly, but when everything goes wrong, then the challenges arises. And so I think that's why there is a licensing procedure. That's the reason, because, well, we assess how that EMI, for instance, can manage some risks, how it can provide services to the customers. So it's always the EMI who has the license. It is ultimately the responsible party for the services provided. In terms of agents and distributors, well, legally, agents are providing payment services. So let's say we're providing money remittance services on behalf of EMI. Distributors, however, we are distributing e-money. So basically, for instance, we can distribute the payment cards for the customers. The challenges, I think, are when the principal EMI think that the customers are not the end users of those products, but the actual agents and distributors. And if we don't have data of those end users when nobody knows how to, what liabilities we have, because it's about the client, managing of client funds. So how much I owe to those customers. So if there is a, let's say, a dispute between the agent and principal EMI, and you don't know how much you owe, so it remains quite a big dispute who will ultimately, who has the responsibility for the monies which are gone at this stage. So yeah, so this relationship is quite challenging in that regard.
So I think you said something super important when it comes to risk management. Ultimately, the licensed entity is responsible for any regulatory risk, and there should not be any nuances into that, right? I think that's what is not clear sometimes in this model. There are these reliance agreements. You onboard your clients. I will double check whether you made it properly. You monitor the transaction of your own client. I will see whether the movement and flux of money between your pool account are fine. You do that, I do that, and in the end, you realize that nothing is being done properly. Do you feel that we're getting better at that? That banking as a service provider are getting better at making this distinction?
Well, there is two ways to implement BaaS model: is to base it on trust, or is to have full control of everything. I think, and legally, it's viable. Both ways are viable if everything is compliant. But if, let's say, agent is not compliant and they breach that trust, then you cannot control everything. And I think so. What we saw in the past year, many of those relationships were based on trust, and they didn't work because the agent usually was not involved at any point of time in any regulated services. So we don't usually want to invest their time and money in that regard. So I think the lesson learned is that EMI should have data and full control of compliance, ML, and so forth.
Thanks. So if we go even a bit deeper, and I'm turning to you, Kristaps, now, when it comes to supervision of this banking as a service player in Europe, is there any consensus for supervision between EU regulator and FIUs when it comes to cross-border supervision, in your opinion? And even more precisely, is there any consensus as to who should submit suspicious activity report between the principal and an agent? Or where should the suspicious activity report be submitted if the agent has a branch? Is it clear, or are we still navigating a gray area here?
Yeah, indeed, this is a very good question, because we see that there are different approaches across Europe. Maybe I will start to explain how we would treat against the agent, which would perform in Latvia. For instance, a license is issued in Lithuania, and we have an agent in Latvia. So in such case, responsibility still remains to the home supervisor and country where the license is issued. So in case we identify the deficiencies in work of the agent in Latvia, we firstly would approach to the home supervisor. And in case home supervisor wouldn't react, so we could impose operational restrictions. We cannot impose monetary fines, but we can impose operational restrictions. When it comes to reporting issue, in case agent perform or act as establishment, so it means they have to report also to Latvian FIU. So in case it's not establishment, it's only service of freedom, so they don't have to report to Latvian FIU. So this is approach we apply in Latvia, but I know that other countries have different approaches. And there is, I think, one problem that in such case, entity have to report double at home country and also in a host country. And this is, I think, area where we could make improvements to make a system more effective, because it's a double work for the entity and also for the FIUs to do assessment in a home country and host country.
Thanks. And very quickly, this could be a super broad question, and we can spend hours on that. But do you feel there is enough communication between the FIUs and regulator, specifically for this matter in Europe?
I can say that in Latvia we have very good cooperation with FIU, but definitely there is room for improvement in more enhanced cooperation in EU level. Yeah.
Thanks a lot. Now we're turning to something slightly different. Megan, you mentioned, I'm trying to remember exactly what you said, that every company, the future of banking is not in bank, it's in companies, something like that.
Yep.
We've had conversation with some of you as to how can the banking as a service model succeed. And we've talked about the fact, at least that's our belief, ourselves that have background in risk management, that if you have a license, that is your core competency, and it is hard being a business that have not navigated regulatory requirements to try and master that. We see a lot of businesses, super successful businesses, like in Lithuania, for example, Vinted, getting into this banking area, and we'll see how that works because it makes a lot of sense. But I still personally see a lot of room for banks and licensed institutions to make it work because they have the knowledge, because they have the competencies, because they have the staff, and this takes years to build. So it's super hard to acquire in a matter of a few months. So my question to you, Starp, is how can we optimize the business needs versus the most important business risks? So basically, how do we make this balance between regulatory requirement, risk, and business needs, customer service work all together?
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. So starting saying that we are a very SME and fintech friendly bank. So we indeed believe in banking as a service for sure. Maybe I can take a couple of minutes also reacting to this risk issue as well, and then I'll come back to the business opportunity shortly.
1 minute, yeah.
Just 1 minute. So the risks, of course, it's much more complicated, right? So there's a partner, and the risks are leveraged much more due to the length of the value chain, aside from the other things, data protection issues, reputation issues, a lot of stuff that we can discuss. So probably that's one reason it wasn't for most of the banks till now to invest in this opportunity. But now we see that we are at the flexing point for sure. Banks like us already saw that opportunity, and now the biggest banks are also investing in that to catch the opportunity. So if you're asking if we are believing in the growth of this market, for sure, and the figures even show that till in the next 6 or 7 years it will be around 15% growth or so, reaching to 100 billion euros in revenues by as of 2030 probably. I hope that was the question. I talked a lot, but maybe...
No, it is indeed. Now, that's why I think we are at a turning point, because nobody knows whether that will be the fact indeed, and how that will work out altogether.
Just one thing to add, maybe we were all together talking about the complexity and the requirements to manage risk for sure. Probably the market is maturing as well, better understanding the needs and then fixing any point that has been a gap in terms of risk management, etc. Thanks.
Now something super practical, but I think that will be interesting for everybody in the audience, both compliance and non-compliance people. Although this banking as a service model pretty much exists for as long as the AMI licensing exists, we don't really have guidance from many EU regulators as to what are the good practices, how can that work in practice. There is no guidance, for example, on the BASS banking as a service level yet in Lithuania, but in many other countries. And that could give way to quite a lot of risk in terms of interpretation of the different jurisdictions. So my question is, here, in the different countries you're operating, have you seen guidances at this moment in Europe that are practical and that could be replicated in another country, maybe Josas in this regard, and notably on the distinction between agent and distributor?
I mean, the lack or no lack of the guidelines sometimes is good and bad. So it's like a coin with two sides. So we can take a look at the example of the open banking before the PSD regulation comes effective. a lot of the companies that provide the payment services in Lithuania start from what? Screen scraping. And a lot of that sector just build up until the regulation or guidelines being effectively communicated to the audience. So what happens with the BIS in many countries? This is the early stage. So we're still in that kind of early stage where every market sometimes manipulates the different models, and regulators are just supervising and reflecting. Typically, we're getting the guidelines as a reflection of what happens bad or good in the market. It will be super effective to get it in advance, but then, where's the innovation comes from? We then lock the doors and say, okay, this is the only one model, and the only one model will be a good one. So right now, we are still, I guess, in the stage that, we're waiting for the local guidelines to become effective. We're learning from recent examples in Lithuania as well as in Europe. And I guess, many other countries may follow the same guidelines, or guidance that more clarity will be in the sector. But definitely the difference is how these models seen by different banking-as-a-service providers are different. And sometimes it's very different. And when you're speaking to the prospect merchants that communicates to many other BIS service providers, you can already feel that different regulators may focus on different things. Like one may focus on the onboarding, another on the branding, or maybe on the contracting with the end users, and it's never-ending still story till the one, I guess, common guideline package might be issued at the EBA level.
Which is never good, because we know that when there are inconsistencies, then you tend to find companies which knows the drill and can exploit the loophole in this jurisdiction that are still not that advanced. Marius, you wanted to?
Yeah, I think you touched on really, I want to say a lot of things. I'll try to be brief as much as possible. So number one, in terms of evolution of, you said about screen scraping and whatnot. The evolution is that we're all in our smartphones now, and we're consuming services online in our smartphones on different apps and on different web applications and so on and so forth. And and I think we're in the stage of evolution where financial app as itself, to open and look at your balance and initiate a payment from your app, has no value, right? What has value is if you're consuming a service, let's say I want to sell something on Vinted, right? That is where my finance needs to follow me, right, as a user. I think the financial service is just a fundamental service that has to be embedded and has to be part of the simple user experience for me as a consumer of some kind of real service, right? Because finance is just simple technology with a lot of risk management, essentially, right? So that's number one. I think the users are moving, the technology is moving, and that's what leads to the empowerment of embedded finance. So that's number one. You want to say something? Sure.
I would probably just build up on what Denis was saying. This is the future, I believe, in terms of financial service provision. However, what we have now is, and I really like the idea and the position that there's no one wrong or good model, which is fine. And we don't need, the regulator to kind of turn us towards one, good or bad model, so to speak. What is kind of clear now is that from the recent experience, the BAS model was not working in the sense where the principal, the licensed entity, perceived itself as quasi-supervisor. So that was not working, which in turn meant that all the current obligations of financial institutions, they have to be performed. Someone has to do it. It's regulated, so all the obligations in terms of customer onboarding, in terms of customer monitoring, in terms of safeguarding, whatnot, or consumer protection, whichever angle you take, there is an obligation, it has to be performed by someone. So if it is not a licensed entity, and if they cascade it down towards the agent, the distributor or partner, whatever they call it, it needs to be performed, and it needs to be performed properly, because again, the responsibility goes back to the licensed entity. So that is something that probably was, you know, kind of like this gray area was extended too far in this sense, where suddenly, like, the obligations and the requirements set clearly within the law were not performed by anyone. And, you know, those cases, you know, were kind of extreme in a sense where, you know, clearly it was not thought through. And as you said, if the relationship was built on trust and there was no mechanism to control certain elements that might have gone wrong, and they have gone wrong, then that didn't work out in the end. So I suppose it is not the, you know, it is not the bad news for the model, it's probably just confirmation that the requirements set, unless they change, unless we decide that, you know, something else needs to be implemented in terms of AML, which I do not believe, then we still need to place those requirements somewhere, and someone needs to perform those.
Thanks. Yeah, Megan.
Yeah, I think just to add to that, like, the spaces in which embedded finance and bank as a service is increasingly getting into is moving into grayer areas. So we see a lot of embedded finance players looking to offer, for example, revenue-based financing, looking to get into BNPL with the consumer and in the business space. So it's rapidly starting to get into these kind of grayer areas. So I think definitely something there that kind of, yeah, sets the standard, and it makes sure it doesn't, you know, spiral too quickly when it starts getting into the gray lending areas as well.
And do you think on that as well, and maybe you can pitch in for that as well, do you think being a fintech, seeing the fintech as the customer of the banking as a service provider, using their license and services might be a stepping stone to yourself become a licensed financial institution at some point, or that's going to stay decorrelated from that, and that these businesses without license want to stay without licenses?
That's actually a very good question, right? So I think in terms of consumers of banking as a service, there's two types of consumers, right? Ones are the ones that enrich their experience and increase loyalty of their customers by adding financial services as part of their offering. And for others, like other fintechs, right, it's the essential business, right? It's part of their core business. So for the first part, I'm pretty confident, you know, that Vinted does not want to become a bank, nor have plans, and financial services is just part of their offering, right? For the other ones, yes, I do believe that banking as a service really helps kickstart a lot of new fintechs, a lot of new financial institutions that might grow into really big ones and might want to, you know, sever the connection with the BaaS provider and you know, branch out on their own, under their own license, under their own you know, governance and compliance capabilities and so on and so forth, which is a natural evolution when you manage your business risk, right? And when you manage your reliance on your vendors and your providers.
Thanks. And
can I add, actually, by traditional definition, banking as a service is a licensed bank providing its digital services or products to, you know, non-financial businesses as well as non-bank financial institutions. But in reality, we know that there are these EMIs which are giving service to banks or vice versa. So it's much more diverse. And as soon as they have a business model which is working, I don't think they will be forced internally to upgrade to license, etc. And just a short comment about the expectations, maybe I would like to share my understanding, although there is a gap between the regulators as we see in terms of the comprehension or practice. The ultimate necessity from the business's perspective is the governance framework for banking as a service, ultimately, which is defining the responsibilities throughout the chain, how it's going to be managed, and also a risk-based approach covering everything, whichever the target customer it is for them. So,
thanks. I'd like to finish with three steps, and then ask from a regulatory point of view. So we see the business model evolved. Anyway, there are hybrid models. It evolves depending on the needs of the the customers, on the regulatory decision as well, obviously. Is it something EU regulators, EU FIU discuss, the evolution of the model, the way of overseeing this evolution while still being able to mitigate the risk out of it?
I would say that it shall be discussed during AML colleges. So these colleges were established just 1 year ago. So therefore, there is a lot of improvements still needed. But this is a platform which shall be used to align understanding of business and also requirements for businesses. But as I said, it's only the beginning to start discuss among the supervisors and also involve FIU. So in these AML colleges, we usually involve also FIU. And this is a main goal, so to find a common approach. But currently, of course, there are different understandings, different approaches in a different countries. So yeah, I would say it's a future where we have to align approaches and make it more friendly for businesses, not requesting this double reporting. I can just understand the business. So I have to report in Lithuania, use Lithuanian language. I have to report in Latvia, use Latvian language, understand the system, how to report, an expectation of FIU. So this is a huge burden for business.
Thanks. We see that, yeah. Double reporting is, I guess, a challenge, a very operational challenge that a lot of banking as a service provider face. They don't know what to do, so they report in different jurisdictions. Then we can only imagine the burden on the FIUs as well. Denas, you wanted to add something on that?
Right. I think hopefully the regulators will learn a lot because we tend to share our experience among our groups on EU level. But I think it's a strange thing to expect guidelines when usually regulators don't issue guidelines based on business model. It's principle based, and all the regulations which always applied basically, and are applicable applies to that business model. I think maybe there is some cases could be clarified. What is agent? What is distributor? I'm still waiting for answers from European Commission, hopefully someday. But I think you should always think conservatively and think about what's applied to our business model probably applies to that business model as well.
Okay, all right, so still quite some room for interpretation. We've got quite a few questions, so let's start with it. It's no filter, I'm just reading it with you. With banking as a service, does it add necessary layers to a product for law enforcement? And more precisely, if a service is offered down a chain, how do you truly know your end customer? So that's something we've discussed. How do you know your end customer? And do you see that banking as a service provider know their end user, know who they are, have a control on them and on the transaction? It's a question to whomever wants to take that.
I think we will share and share the expectations. I think by building that, from the bottom to the up, you know that you need to know your end users. So basically, if you're building the product from the beginning, or you're considering to build the product around your license, it's best to start from the banking service, platform and how you do the compliance program, transaction monitoring, end users onboarding, etc., etc. Some pieces of this operations may be outsourced, and it is, there are the ways how you can rely on your partners or your partners. I don't know how many from the audience would like to do twice the KYC on Vinted just because they start to offer, I don't know, the financial services. Perhaps not many. But this reliance needs to be established. So basically, as a license owner, you need to know who is the end user. And the best is to start from the onboarding, so from the kick point. And if you build a reliance, you will get the data. But you need to understand that you need to audit them. If you do it yourself, you need to embed it in full, and then the consequences might be to the end user, because we need to repeat sometimes the same process again. So it's a dual situation, but the way how we see it, the more embedded and the more you own the data from the entry point, the better you can apply the risk management. And then if you want to share that data afterwards, you can build a reliance from that moment on. Maybe
Thanks.
Marius.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. And I think going back to the question that was thrown around here about guidance, I think it's a free market. So it's good that we don't have guidance. If we don't have guidance, it means that it works or nothing really broke yet, right? So it's a good thing. But when you don't have guidance, what you should, and this is what you said, right, is you go down to the fundamentals, and the fundamentals are very simple. Financial services licensed. With a license, you gain a bunch of responsibilities. What you must do, you're storing value for your customer. You need to know who the customer is because they cannot be terrorists and so on and so forth. You need to protect the funds, right? And you need to protect the consumers from fraud and so on and so forth. So you just boil down to the fundamentals, and the fundamentals say that you must know who the end user is. You must protect their funds. You must allow them if the BAS channel, breaks down, you must allow them to gain access to their funds because it is their funds, it is not the merchant's funds. So I think when you boil down to the fundamentals, you get all the answers and you don't need to look for additional guidance.
Thanks. We have a very direct question, but I think which still is very interesting for everybody. It's oriented to you, Marius, and you, Sarp. Have we learned anything, but I think it applies for anybody anyway. Have we learned anything from race bank failure in Lithuania? What are the learning out of that? We know race bank has been growing a lot in Lithuania, and we know what happened recently as well. So what can we learn out of that?
Well, probably I wouldn't react to what I learned about this specific case, but we are all learning, right? We are all tracking the developments and seeing additional improvement areas, and then we are building upon it. That's what I can say. Yes, we learned, and we will be learning for sure, as Megan has said as well. I mean, it's an evolving model and process for all of us.
Thanks. Marius, anything?
It's the same thing, right? I think do not try to invent something mystical when the fundamentals are very, very clear, right? And it's the same thing that I mentioned before. There's a license, you have obligations, and you have to fulfill your obligations and just follow the existing rule set, and you will be fine.
Thank you. We have a question which is super interesting, not directly related to banking as a service, but still very interesting. How do you think would sharing information between financial institutions help this banking as a service provider know their customer better? Do you think it can bring anything? Yes, Megan.
Yeah, I've seen this implemented and used, and I think from the customer experience, using open banking powered identification is absolutely fantastic. I've seen a BAS provider in Germany start to implement this, and I think this is definitely the trend we're seeing within BAS, as well as kind of enhanced and better KYC. And I think it's really interesting to kind of see the convergence of open banking and kind of the benefits and use cases start to play into the BAS space outside of account information access and payment initiation.
Thanks. Nanga?
Just one final remark again, can't help but share some common mistakes. Probably, the word that was being used a lot was reliance, which if we understand in general terms, we rely on the partner to perform well, and we have contractual, obligations to support that. That's fine. We do have reliance in AML though, which is described differently, but kind of used in this context a lot, meaning that, if I rely on the partner to bring me the customer file, I need to be very careful. Do I have grounds to rely? Are they fulfilled to the letter? And if actually reliance is possible in the relationship. So, there are certain terminologies, and as, Marius was saying, we need to drill down to the requirements precisely and see if I'm not the one performing them, then who does it and in what way.
So compliance 101, trust but verify.
Well,
not 101, but
trust is definitely important, but I would say that, well, probably the lessons were learned is that, if I'm the one responsible, I certainly need to have the full framework of controls to be able to ensure that. So, yeah, probably 101, yeah.
Thanks. So we'll see. Let's follow, by the way, all the companies that are getting into this field and that were not initially intended to do so, to see what the future reserves us in this regard. Thanks a lot for your participation. We managed to make it more or less, I guess. So thanks a lot. And Vaiva, we give you back the floor for the next session.
Thank you to all incredible panelists. It feels like we learned a lot about Mika. It feels like we learned about BaaS and how to manage risks. And now let's move to another very hot topic, the PSD3, and see if a PSD2 is dead or not. I would like to, first of all, remind you that you can still ask the questions, fight the crime fighters, sorry. Those who are online, you feel free to use Slido 2. And now I would like to move on and invite our friends from Bank of Lithuania, the principal economist at the Bank of Lithuania, Jūratė Butkutė. And the interviewer, Eglė Kontautaitė, head of customer solutions at the AMLYZE.
I will get one. Okay, do you hear me well, especially at the end of the audience? Okay, so just shout out loud if you don't hear me. I tend to speak a little bit silent. So greetings to everyone, whether you're here in this spectacular tech park in Vilnius or joining online broadcasting hosted by AMLYZE and supported by Alex Valiūnas, backed by Financial Investigation Services. I had a task from my colleagues to just advertise a little bit about organizers. But on a more serious note, it's a perfect example of public-private partnership and how information sharing can reach up to the ultimate goal for us to fight those bad guys, and how David perfectly said, to ultimately save lives. And it doesn't matter what form information sharing takes either. It's pure data from system to system, either it's information sharing in the form of exchange of knowledge, of expertise. Either it's here, either it's behind the doors. Please close them when you go out, but please exchange information behind the doors as well. But ultimately, the goal is all the same, to keep updated with the regulatory framework, to be tuned up and to be compliant with the regulation, and I mean truly compliant in the sense of content and not in the sense of form. So I'm more than happy to have here Jūratė, my ex-colleague from the Bank of Lithuania, which is the rare expert in Lithuania that has insider knowledge of what is happening behind the scenes of a European Commission while structuring the regulatory framework of retail payments. So do not hesitate. Use slido.com, crime fighters, or ask questions in YouTube channel. We can see them in the comments. Use the opportunity. I honestly can say I have not read Micah, Yekaterina, but I have read PSR and PSD from preamble to the end. However, what do I remember is around, I don't know, 20%. So I'm lucky to have Jūratė and to just use this chance to ask her everything. She will give you a perfect overview. So Jūratė, now it's back to you after the greetings. European Commission, June 2023. They announced the huge regulatory package coming in.
And quoting European Commission, ushering financial market participants into the digital world. And spoiler alert, one of the tasks is to getting better access of the cash. So, but it's digital world nevertheless. But European Commission itself is very cautious with the communication, stating that it will not be a revolutionary approach. It will be more the evolution of the existing regulation and going line in line with the existing strategy of retail payments and digital services. So, Jurata, could you just a little bit elaborate what's happening within the regulation of retail payments and how does PSD, PSR fits into that broader policy framework?
Hello, everyone. Yes, indeed, the Commission this year was very productive and issued quite a number of legal acts. So, yes, it started with a retail payment strategy where it set its goals to have a modern, innovative and competitive payments market, and with a goal to go in towards digitalization. This whole package was released. So, of course, for payments specialists, this payment service regulation plus PSD3 could be mostly interesting. Yes, you said correctly, it's not a revolution, it could be called better as evolution, as the area regulated is not new, but of course, during the time, different things happen and they have to be acknowledged and regulation must adapt. So, for example, new types of fraud arises, so new means for fighting it must be found. So, in PSD 3 plus PSR, these things are included. And if to have a bit broader view, so besides these two legal acts, there is a number of others which also closely related. So one of it is FIDA regulation, which talks about access to financial data, and with this PSD2 we have open banking and access to payments data, and with FIDA it's enlarged, also enabling access to other financial data such as insurance, credits, investments, and so on. And another two acts are related to central bank money, so one digital, one physical. So we have regulation on digital euro, and with it, Commission seeks to fit into with central bank money to serve EU economy in this digital age. And of course, cash is not forgotten. The regulation on legal tender is issued, and it covers two aspects: to the accessibility to cash services and also acceptance of cash in payments.
So good news for all of the AML/CFT experts, cash is back on track, the better accessibility to the cash. So, but getting back to the fraud prevention and narrowing down what PSR and PSD says about the fraud prevention, I have even read an impact assessment report, which is 200 pages, but yet again, I can't find this the best solution for huge document as that. Regulators truly can write, I know that perfectly. But European Commission they state that strong customer authentication served its purpose and it truly is efficient. However, fraudsters are just one step ahead of the regulator, and the European Commission acknowledged that there is a rise of authorized push payments fraud, and the European Commission acknowledged that new fraud prevention tools are needed. So in terms of this upcoming regulation, what are those new fraud prevention tools and how regulator is looking into protecting payment service users from fraud?
Yes, indeed, the consumer protection and fraud prevention is a significant pillar in this new package, and Commission proposes quite a list of different measures. So maybe I'll start with the already mentioned data sharing mechanisms. So it is allowed for PSPs to exchange data on fraudsters. Previously, market was reluctant to do that because of related to bank secrecy or data protection, and now here we have legal grounds to do it. It will be possible to exchange data, of course, ensuring data protection.
But yet you touched a very interesting topic, because historically, data sharing experienced some regulatory difficulties in terms that data protection regulation looks very cautiously into data sharing. So these provisions that are included in the payment service regulation, does it mean that European regulator is shifting its initial view and making that data sharing more easy, more transparent, and more accessible for financial institutions, either system-to-system sharing, specific data on consumers, or it's maybe even sharing typologies, or what is your opinion? Is it now the European regulator states that data sharing is not even a possibility, but even encouraged between?
Yes, I think we could say so. It's a new approach, but GDPR is very strict, but GDPR requires to have a ground, a need for data processing. So with this regulation, we give ground that we make it legal to exchange information, but also some requirements are set for ensuring data, personal data protection. For example, PSPs must arrange some data exchange mechanisms and to set rules of participation on also technical processes, and they must carry on the assessment of regarding personal data protection. So requirements are in place also to make it safe.
So in terms of fraud protection, data sharing is one tool, one method. Is there any other methods included in the regulation, including maybe even shifting responsibilities from consumers to the financial institutions regarding shifting compensating the expenses related to fraud and other tools?
Yes, of course, it is quite a number of other measures. So one, I could mention new functionality for credit transfers. So when the credit transfer is initiated, PSPs must check if the provided payee's name actually matches the actual account holder and show the result to the customer. It enables them to see if the payment he's making to the right beneficiary. And in the area of this social engineering, so it is very important that to be sure that if I write I'm paying to Agle, so it's actually Agle's account number and not someone else's. And also with liability, more favorable conditions for consumers are set. And so in certain cases, like if this confirmation of payee functionality was provided not accurately, when strong customer authentication exceptions are made, or also in case of impersonation of bank employee fraud, PSPs have to compensate losses unless the payer acted fraudulently himself or with gross negligence. So it's an improvement for consumer side. Moving next, so education is also very important. So it's not only PSPs must prepare, but they are also responsible kind of for their customers in a way. So they must inform them about possible threats, indicate which means could be used, what actions are needed from the customers. And also they must train their employees about new fraud trends and also how to react in different situations.
So just digging deeper behind the scenes of what's happening in European Commission, or what are the discussions among the different regulators, if you were putting bets, which fraud protection mechanisms might be working best, where would you put those bets?
Tricky question. Well, each provision does its job and covers some aspects. So, but if we want to fight fraud, we need a combination of various measures, those which are in regulation and maybe and even those which are not in regulation, which PSPs think of themselves. So only working together and having different measures will help, but no one silver bullet here.
Okay, we have only one question, and I do encourage you to ask those questions. I know that not everybody has read yet the new regulatory package, but you have a perfect expert here to ask for. Jurate, maybe you can name already several examples of fraud that will be the main focus of the new regulatory package.
So with confirmation of PE, it is addressed authorized push payments fraud with social engineering. So it's mainly related to manipulation of pair. Then he makes a payment towards someone who he did not intend to pay. I was, for example, in sharing mechanisms. Also, you can catch those fraudsters and don't repeat payments which already were made fraudulently. So PSPs can stop transactions to certain accounts based on information from their clients.
Yet PSD, PSR, and the regulatory package that accompanies this legislation is only part of what's happening in the retail payment area. So taking into account that here is our financial crime fighters, are there any new updates coming from the European Commission that the compliance officers should take into account?
Here, probably I could mention regulation, another regulation which was not listed currently. It's a regulation on instant payments, which already is in the final line. So firstly, it sets this confirmation of PE requirement for instant payments, but also there are some amendments as regards sanction screening. So it is very important to check sanctions, but in case of instant payments, the speed is also very important, and we have only 10 seconds to make everything. So in case of EU sanctions, a new approach is proposed. So that is moving from transaction screening to customer screening. So PSPs must screen their clients every day, and also when new sanctions are published. And so they don't need to screen each payment later. So all sanctioned persons must be caught before.
During the client screening, you mean? But what about the national sanctions? I mean, French, Belgium, Netherlands, they have own means of fighting terrorism financing, terrorists, fighting, protecting national security. So does the European Commission takes into account that national sanctions should be also?
In this
reviewed?
stage, no, because, well, national sanctions are different in each country. Also, not every PSP follows US sanctions. So in this regard, the processes are left as they were. So this transaction screening won't be removed totally, but just from these EU sanctions.
So we have no time left, but we have a lot of questions on board already. I will onboard a few of the questions, taking into account the timing. So one of the questions is regulation is usually technologically neutral. Are there expectations for technological developments embedded in the regulations? So maybe yet not maybe in regulations, maybe behind the scenes, some regulators already have something in mind that could be developed. And although the regulation is technologically neutral, maybe some tools are already taken into account.
Well, I couldn't say that. Well, in principle, it is. We try to put it everything technically neutral. And maybe some solutions are being having in mind as something must be built, for example, to check pace name. So it's more on kind of solutions or some institutions to offer this service, but not so much different technology. We don't want to stick to something, to one technology only.
We have a few questions from Alex Pinot, who asks, what about card transactions and sanction screening as PSD3 overlaps in certain areas with AML-CFT regulation? And we don't have, at least Alex still don't have a clarity as to the systematic need for sanction screening, especially for card transactions. As you know, with the card transactions, only certain data goes, and for sanction screening, especially for counterparty screening, it's quite difficult to tackle the other side, the counterparty.
The thing is that PSR doesn't deal with sanction screening or AML provisions. We have them in mind, and these other regulations set requirements, and of course, payment service processing of payments must enable to see information and to make use of it for other purposes, but we don't have specific requirements in this regard.
So, Alex, we have to dig into AML-CFT regulation and again and see what AML-CFT regulation says, as PSD regulation doesn't say anything. And as far as I've heard, cards, is it covered, the card schemes under the PSR regulation? I think they are not.
Schemes, not. Card transactions, yes.
Okay.
And PSPs providing card services.
The last question from my side. What's the logic behind not including card schemes into the PSD-PSR regulation? Third-party providers are included, like payment initiation services are included in the payment service regulation. What is the logic behind not including payment schemes?
Well, card schemes are not involved directly in payment transactions. They are setting rules, setting a product idea of it, and licensing other PSPs to provide their cards and also acquire them, but they are not involved directly. I would say card schemes are touched upon of PSR or PSD3 requirements in the way that their rules, card scheme rules, must comply with these rules, and they must ensure that their product complies with these rules.
So we're a little bit beyond our timing. Sorry, guys, for that. I really do see questions popping up, including cash accessibility, but we don't have time for that. Thank you, Jurate, so much for being here with me. You can catch up with Jurate during I don't know, behind the doors. We will not be having coffee breaks, but you can, I suppose, catch Jurate there. Thank you so much, Jurate.
And thank you for having me.
So, Iva, it's me, yeah?
It's you, yes.
It's you. It's me. It's me on the scene. So, for those who are willing to leave, to use the premises here, just do it now. We will be continuing with the panel discussions. Who are following all the regulatory updates, have in mind that the Bank of Lithuania recently issued for public consultation the project of the guidelines for fraud prevention. And curiously, especially for me, that those guidelines include much more provisions than it is included in the European regulation itself. So our Lithuanian regulator is one step ahead, in my opinion, of European regulator and much stricter as far as it regards fraud prevention. So I would like to introduce the next panel that will be talking about the upcoming regulation in terms of financial crime prevention. And I would like to start with a quote I've heard 5 years ago in Riga, and I don't know if the person that I will be quoting will recognize that. It was, one person can fight a battle, but it is a unity of many that will win the war. And it's a very direct quote for this meeting, and I see smiling Ilze Znotina, a person who guided Latvia from the grey list of FATF, who is one of the strongest AML-CFT experts I ever known. Don't be shy, Ilze, who is shying away of her accomplishments and stating that she's only attorney at law, although she's a lecturer, she's a part of IMF, she's a consultant. So Ilze, I'm very, very proud to have you here on the panel. So, once a regulator is always a regulator, is being said, and I know that person I know as a regulator a few decades ago, being head of Securities Commission in Lithuania, and now a few of the decades leading largest financial institutions. So really come here, Vilnius Data Management Board member and head of monitoring and security division in CB. I don't think I have to introduce Kazimieras, a person who can talk about a lot of things in the area AML-CFT. I've just heard his lecture behind the doors about MiCA and crypto assets. So okay, sorry, not really. Okay. Welcome, Kazimieras. Also, my dear ex-colleague, working together and in the AML-CFT matters, and now heading one of the most important institutions in Lithuania, the Center of Excellence in Anti-Money Laundering. Agile, please come here. And last but not least is a person who consults fintechs and other financial institutions in the area of how to construct correctly your business model and stay tuned within the regulation. So Julia Šlekonite, Alex Valiūnas. Okay, just turn it on.
Hi,
so,
can everyone hear me?
Yeah, we can hear, I suppose, perfectly. So I would like to start, as there were a lot of talks about how to construct a business model, and stay in line with the regulatory expectations. And PSD PSR actually draws certain lines for certain business models and certain obligations that stems from these business models, and which we as a compliance officers of financial institutions should be observing. So, Yulia, I know you are the perfect person just to tell us what are the evolutions in the new upcoming regulations and what should we take into account as compliance officers as far as it regards business models and the variety of it.
Indeed, new upcoming regulation establishes quite a lot of requirements with respect to fraud prevention, to information sharing and customers protection. And I would be happy to say, that new regulation also draws quite clear lines what your products are, but it doesn't. And of course, it does not draw clear lines what your relationships are. And our colleagues previously quite clearly discussed, BAS models and then clarity about its regulatory qualification. And upcoming regulation does not give clearance here. And a lot of PSPs, I believe, will still be quite blind when we'll have to decide how we will have to implement all new fraud prevention regulations. We will have to implement, fraud monitoring systems. There will be quite big liabilities to financial institutions, to refund unauthorized payments. But when it comes, to all that BAS white label solution, all other buzzwords as embedded finance, we will always have to come back to the same basics. Neringa already said 3 main questions: what your service is, who your client is, and what kind of relationship you have. And it doesn't change, meaning, if you will be BAS product offerer, first question you will have to raise to yourself, whether you are having that end user, that actual client as your customer. And because on the response to that question, it will depend, on whom and how you will have to construct all your controls. Because if you will ignore end user as your customer, it will increase it will increase risks. For example, for spoofing, if you won't consider end user as your customer, that end user could be, frauded by fraudsters pretending to be you, pretending to be your agent, pretending to be someone else. And you'll have, to consider it in advance to decide, how you will have to educate your customers, what information you will have to provide, how you will have to clearly communicate who is service provider, what services you are providing, and what brands you are using. So I am regretful here to say, but I don't see many clarity coming from a new regulation.
No new clarity coming from the new regulation, but maybe you can tell a little bit more, Yulia, what are consequences when you truly don't understand what are your obligations and where do they end up, when does it start?
What are consequences? I believe we also this maybe spring or June when 2 big licenses were revoked. If you don't understand your obligations, it means that you won't be able to collect all and any information you need for your activities, information you could provide to the regulator, and that will lead to the consequences that you will be non-compliant. And I believe fines are only flowers here in the market for what is waiting for you. So consequences are quite huge.
Yes, regulatory consequences are quite huge, and the regulator is shifting marginally its attention to the fraud prevention. So getting back to the fraud prevention, the issue and to the solution that most probably a European Commission provides in the regulatory package is information sharing. And Agla, I know it's one of the painful points of the ML Excellence Center that is dealing now. It's information sharing among the financial institutions for fraud prevention, or for even identifying certain typologies of the fraud to move forward with the risk mitigation measures. What is your stance regarding that? Is this the game changer, the certain clauses that European Commission puts forward, or this is something that will not be helpful at all?
You know, European Commission introducing this new package of PSD3 and PSR, they clearly state that the goal number one, I should say, is to increase the level of security of the customers. And this acknowledgement, I think, is kind of saying that side effect of accessible and fast transfers was the outbreak of frauds. And this is a challenge that we face here in Europe and Lithuania and the Baltic states everywhere. And we have to look for solutions how to fight against these fraudsters. And information sharing is one of the tools. Actually, it's not a game changer. We have national initiatives. There is a regulations in Estonia, there is in Latvia. We struggle here in Lithuania, but our draft law is in a legislative procedure right now. And I hope that this draft law will be adopted soon, I hope in winter. So it's not a game changer at the European level. However, I actually see positive things having European regulations, especially as regards private data sharing questions, because GDPR questions is a harsh topic when we are thinking and talking about information sharing between financial market participants. And having clear rules in PSD3, it's a kind of assurance that it can be done when some requirements are met. So this is, I think, it's very useful. The second point is, I think European regulation would help to deal with the cross-border questions, because in this level, national laws is not enough. We have to know how to share information cross-border across the Europe. So this is a positive point as regards European regulations as well. However, as I mentioned before, it's not a game changer in my opinion, and especially when we are talking about information sharing, fraud is one of the problems. We have this issue very important as regards sanctions and ML questions. So we have a lot of things to do in all these three levels, and I'm glad that the PSD3 maybe will help us, but I strongly believe that in the national level we have to be very active and proactive as well.
So you actually mentioned that the regulatory approach is improving accessibility to financial services. Altogether, the regulator raises the task for increasing the trust of the customer in the financial services itself. But in terms of the trust and expenses the financial service user experienced due to the fraud, is there something changing in the market? And Kazimieras, I'm addressing the question to you. What do you see in the market? How are the fraud tendencies shifting? And is actually the trust of the customer increasing or might increase with the new additional fraud prevention tools that will be introduced in the regulation?
Thanks, Agla, for question, and hi, everyone. I think I'd like, first of all, not to express my opinion, but a bit wake up auditorium. And may I ask you to raise hands who think that what Agla asked, that the new upcoming regulatory framework will increase confidence of our clients and financial institutions. And since I see a lot of experts here from state institutions, private sector, so who are in opinion that the PSD3 will make a huge leap forward and we will experience something that we would say huge progress, like establishing a base on Mars. Who thinks? No one.
No, but it's not fair. It's not fair. You put the question in so skeptical way that people are afraid to raise hands. I believe in regulator. Okay.
This was like a wake-up call. I'll share my opinion then. Definitely, from my point of view, it's a huge step forward. Unfortunately, we started to discuss data exchange back to, I think, 2017. And before this conference, I looked through my notes and I found like a Netherlands example. This is a good example for European Commission that you have to be brave as a country, as a member state, and tackle GDPR issues which are untackled here. It's impossible to tackle here in Lithuania GDPR issues, and this is why we still don't have data sharing. So back in 2019, we introduced together the financial sector information exchange framework, which is currently, I think, serves as an example for European Commission. So we could say that European Commission learning from brave member states, but not from itself. And on this note, I'd like to wish ourselves really to be brave and to show courage how European Commission could improve regulatory environment. Coming to the question, once again, as I said, it will be progress. It will regulate information exchange in like regulatory way, but we see other challenges. I just another day looked through statistics which is announced here only in Lithuania about fraud. You know that Banking Association collects this data and you could find this freely. It's nothing secret you could find in Banking Association page data about fraud attempts, losses, etc. So during Q2 2023, where we're counted in total fraudulent attempts for like 4.2 million euros. The good thing is that some of the attempts been stopped by the banks, and we get proud of this. And the banks improving together with state institutions possibilities for fraudsters to get our client money. But I see as well not very good trend. And this trend is that compare Q2 data this year with the previous one, 2022, I see 20% increase. And this is like, for me, alarming signal that we're doing a lot during this year, despite we don't have still PSD3. The central bank, FIU, assist us a lot in doing things on money laundering and fraud prevention. But in this respect, we have to say that the trends are really serious. And the last point, what we discussed, and we heard from different presentations, what will be in PSD3. I think PSD3 really is far away from the recent trends. Have you heard about deepfake technology? I read an article another day about HSBC, which issued like a warning note to the clients. Be very cautious, don't act immediately. It's better think twice before you start to make actions. And since it's really hard to identify deep fake, and probably in future it will be even more harder to identify, we see that fraudsters' behavior changes. And what been relevant some years ago when Commission started to think about PSD3 as an improvement, by the end of the day, it could be already old-fashioned and outdated.
Yeah, Agla, you have a reflection. So.
Actually, just a short comment on the GDPR situation here in Lithuania. Our draft law haven't received any substantial comments from private data inspectorate. So I stay positive and hopeful that we will end up with this draft law soon.
So, okay, getting back to the fraud prevention, the Bank of Lithuania recently issued the guidance for financial market participants, and it looks like that a lot of attention is being paid to the compensating the expensive and shifting the liability towards the financial institutions in terms of compensating expenses of the fraud. Vilja, I'm certain that you have some thoughts on that one. Is it truly fair to shift liability to financial institutions, and will it not impact the vigilance of payment service users towards the fraud?
Oh, that's a very, very good question. But
Just
yeah, do you hear me now well? Yes, you do. Good question, but just before going to this controversial compensation topic, I just want to say I'm really happy to be here because I feel this is a fintech community and I represent this old traditional bank which doesn't have any future, but I don't feel old and neither traditional, and I see a lot of future here. But on that note, I see that, and actually loved Megan's presentation. I think we are having much in common. And I agree to some extent, and not to some, I agree that we, the financial fintechs, will find their place. And in 10 years, we will see totally different landscape, especially in the payment service area, because PSD package will help you to get there. But maybe I want just to say that sometimes this is an image of old traditional bank, believe me. We have our inner fintechs within banks, like our product development organizations, which really act like fintechs, but then there are compliance organizations which are killing their ideas. This is how the life is within the big traditional banking organization. And this last note that I run the financial crime prevention function, and we are the biggest user of robotics in the bank itself. We are so technologically advanced. I am not sure. Well, I just wanted to say that, we're not so old and so traditional and really tech savvy. Now, getting back to compensation topic. Yeah, I've been a regulator. I think this is a regulators panel, ex-regulators panel, except you then. And when we used to write laws as a regulator, I wrote a lot of laws. And it is so good when you write this guidance, a high level, you need to have sufficient controls. And they ask, what do you mean by sufficient controls? You say, well, we leave you the freedom of choice. You decide yourself. When now I work in the bank, I read regulation, I said, oh my God, there's no clarity. What we need to do in any type of regulation, what is our duty? To have sufficient controls? What does it mean in real time, in real life practice? So I become a lot of kind of real practitioner in my recent years working in the bank. And I feel in my function that I actually work for public interest, not for business organizations, because we do AML, we do sanctions, we do fraud prevention, we do tax, duties, CRS, FATCA, you name it. This is not what we need for our business. This is what public institutions tell us to do. And we do that at the shareholders' cost. Compensation for the crime is totally different level, I would say. And can you imagine what regulation says? That whether you need to compensate or not will depend on what scheme fraudster will use. If he will pretend to be a banker, you need to compensate. If he will pretend tax authority, maybe not. Wow, I mean, I'm thinking how I will structure the fraud prevention process within the bank to mitigate the risk. No, you cannot mitigate that because it's out of your control. Then another instrument which was mentioned, confirmation of payee. Well, sounds nice, very nice idea, but devil is in the details. How the hell you will implement that with all the banks in the EU? I'm not talking about the world. If I'm making payment to someone in Spain, so does it mean that we have to have certain protocols with each bank in the EU, or how that will work? I'm not very tech person, I have to admit, but I talk to more smart people in my bank to say, how do you think it may be implemented from technological side? And they said, we have no clue. So I have a lot of still open questions, how these nice ideas will work in practice. And I hope that they will be clarified.
Somehow I feel like, Vilja, that you are addressing those questions for me, but I'm 2 years not working the Bank of Lithuania, I cannot answer that one. But from that perspective, I can truly confirm that when you're writing a regulation, you're having a vision, an image that something should be there. Something should be there that you imagine could be good, but you leave it for the market. It's for the market within the details. Just think, market will think about the details. It's not the regulator. A regulator is just taking a top view on what's happening. So I don't know the answers, actually. I'm struggling with those answers recently myself, but I think that we all together, we can find those. And Ilse, I'm looking at you and I'm getting back to your quote, which stuck in my head, even though 5 years just passed from that conference I participated. It is the unity of many that will win the war. And recently, it looks like only financial institutions are obliged to fight the war of fraudsters, especially. What are your opinions? Who could help financial institutions, a part of the regulators, which looks like, well, if they are not failing to do their job, but they have two broad images how to do that? Who could help financial institutions to fight that war?
Yeah, thank you, Egla, and thank you, organizers, for inviting me here. I was listening to Kazimieras and Vilja, and I was thinking, that's an impressive stuff that Lithuanians can speak so high of themselves all the time about the other member states that are taking example. and of course, your vice minister, she was speaking about AMLA, and I was like, okay, in our case in Latvia, there's just one person who can speak so high of everything that we did in Latvia, and the same thing about the information sharing and cooperation. But then I thought that maybe I should speak about basketball, no? Okay, not about painful memories. I'm not, those who know me a little bit more know that I was, at least in Latvia, I'm always seen as the worst enemy of banks or the financial institutions. And when members of parliament did not reappoint me last year to be the head of FIU, they blamed me for everything bad that happened in financial sector, which is true to some extent, but not really. I was thinking always about myself as the one who created the network of collaborative agencies, authorities, private sector, and indeed from 2018 in Latvia we have very, very good public-private partnership, which already I think Christoph's mentioned that we don't have real problems with sharing information, cooperation between FIU and our FSA, right now Central Bank. And we also don't have those GDPR issues that Lithuania or some other countries faces since we included very direct clause in a law already in 2018 that allows us to share information. And we also received confirmation from our data, whatever is called, this agency, who said that yes, we can share the information. And to go back to this note that I am the worst enemy of bankers or the financial institutions, not in this case, about the PSD3, since my history of my professional life was I was the head of legal and forensics in Deloitte, and then I was fraud examiner. And I know that fraud is totally different compared to the AML, unfortunately. And in this case, I really would not go into the very broad details of the PSD3, but just on this compensation issue, which is totally unfair to single out just financial institutions, to say that they should be liable or held liable for fraud, because we already heard that, and you all know that fraud is taking so many different faces. Fraudsters use digitalization, fraudsters use the fast finance, all those good things that are meant for the consumers to make financial world more effective. But that allows fraudsters to abuse those benefits, and to say that this is financial institution who should compensate for fraudster to be much faster or more innovative, it's just not fair. Therefore, this is my big critique. I already wrote an article about this, and I hope that it somehow will be heard by the governments of different member states, because despite of the regulation or the directive, it is possible for single member states to create great mechanisms of collaboration. And this is something that I really advise everybody to not to think of PSD3 as something that precludes you from collaborating more effectively internationally, domestically, between private sector and public sector, between telecom regulators and telecoms themselves. So to involve more people into the collaborative network, because if we will ask if we will demand financial sector to compensate, that's just incentivizing criminal business. You basically find somebody who will pay for the criminal network to gain some benefit. And moreover, fraud, to the extent that we see right now after the COVID, it is just it's a national and regional security issue. We cannot allow just the banks to be the ones who will solve this problem, and they will not. We will just get into more trouble. So therefore, I'm trying to speak loud about the collaborative and innovative ways how to collaborate everywhere. And I would advise also you to not to see that the compensation mechanism that is provided in PSD3 is something that you should kind of learn from. You need to find some other ways.
So, Vilja, you wanted to reflect to what has Ilse mentioned?
Absolutely. I don't understand why they thought you enemy of the financial sector. But on this very serious note, I think that what it is called fraud prevention in payment service package, it's actually dealing with consequences, not the prevention. And I'm getting back to what you said. For the fraud to happen now in the digital world, we have to deal with anonymity in internet. We have to deal with the easiness to create fake website, open fake social media profile, fake bank internet site, whatever. Use all this
network channels, SMSs. We still have anonymous prepaid cards. All these are perfect tools for fraudsters to use. And when you think about fraud, wow, this is a really complex problem. That's why I think that this, when seeing what proposals are in PSD2, that nobody could dare to eat this big elephant. So they decide, let's eat the tail. This is a payment service issue. No, it's not a payment service issue. And I tend to agree, Ilse, it's a national security issue because it's so easy to scale up these attempts to something that already goes to geopolitical purposes, to influencing elections, and so on and so forth. And now we are actually obsessed on this fraud as a problem of financial sector because fraud numbers will go up. We went to the digital world. Well, we are living in a digital lifestyle. Now it's not profitable to kind of chase lady with purse and take the maybe a few banknotes of cash. You go to digital wallets because money is there, and that's why we will have it in foreseeable future growing and growing and growing. And it's not a problem of payment services because fraudsters will not go by stealing your identity to check your electronic health records. They will go directly to your wallet because that's what they are after. And that's why, you know, finding someone, payment service provider, who will pay for that, I mean, that will have consequences. We can predict what they will be. De-risking, deterioration of service, no innovations, no seamless, more like a lot of triggers. And I just can't think out loud, but I think that this will have consequences like side effects and collateral damage, which usually happens with this over-simplistic view on things we try to regulate.
So looks like the passionate discussions that we have some resemblance in the audience, and the common denominator is actually information sharing. So I suppose the one is for you, Egle, and if you may just share with the public if there are some active initiatives in Lithuania or even Baltics that you are aware of, or maybe Ilse that you are aware of, that will enable information sharing as soon as the law will change. Anything to wait from Lithuania?
Actually, there is initiatives, and the legal background is just a basic step. The ultimate target is the real information sharing. And as far as I know, there are initiatives, and I think all the practical solutions are welcome. Even now, when we know that the law is in the process, and it will come up soon, I think.
I feel that there is some interest in the audience for you to pinpoint that. Oh, yeah, I see. This is the perfect solution. I can name the specific RegTech. But I'm sure you cannot do that. And if there are perfect solutions, we will hear about them soon enough. The one is, I suppose, Ilse, is for you as an ex-FIU head, that information sharing faces some risk as well. One of them is tipping off. Will it truly open a door for the risk of tipping off?
Tipping off is always a problem, and this goes to the very the roots of the AML and the fraud and the compliance world itself. I think it is very important to recognize that we are speaking about the fraud, which is criminal activity, and we should not speak just about the prevention side. We should speak about the criminal side and the enforcement side as well. So there is always confusion at least in AML world, and most of people here are considered to be AML experts. So prevention is one thing, enforcement is another thing. And in this case, it is very important already from the day one to think of financial institution or whatever is this legal entity who is reporting entity, what kind of culture is there and what kind of understanding of the compliance rules do they have. Because we I think that most of the financial institutions are established for good reasons. One thing, of course, for business reasons, some maybe other reasons, but there are some bad apples in the basket. And those bad apples should be taken out of the basket. And this is very important if we see that there is somebody who is potentially be able to tip off, then of course that bank or another financial institution should not be let into the circle of information sharing. And the question is how to understand this. And this is the task of regulator, of course, very important task. In our case, in Latvia's case, when I was leading establishment of public-private partnership, we realized that, of course, and you know what happened in Latvia in 2018-19 when we were establishing PPP, it was not so that we could trust all financial institutions. So we really made, and that was not a perfect solution. I think we tried to do our best, but we didn't involve all the financial institutions. So the question is, and I'm not speaking so much about the current regulator or legislative proposal, but more about the idea itself. The very important task is to understand how to get trust of those participants of the information sharing, how to trust them, how to know what to expect from them, and not to have somebody who is just taking from this collaborative network, but also providing information. So these are very, very complex issues, fundamental issues for information sharing, and definitely it is important not to let criminals to be involved in the system of information sharing. So for regulators, the very important task is, do you really know what is in your regulated environment? And can you say that all should receive that information that should be shared?
Well, we have a lot of questions, but we have a lack of time. But this is the one, and I'm not sure who could catch that, but it's truly interesting also regarding information sharing. What do you think, and I addressed all panel participants who can catch this question, what would be the key to unlock collaboration and information sharing at the cross-border level? We're talking a lot about the local information sharing, but unlocking information sharing at the cross-border level can open up a total different galaxy of prevention, and not even fraud prevention, maybe ML and TF prevention, identifying certain topologies. But for that, we have to unlock the cross-border information sharing. So, yeah, sure, of course.
That is my favorite subject matter. Sorry for other colleagues. I will try to be as short as possible. Remember, I said that nobody can compete with me on speaking high of what we achieved. So what Latvia achieved is that last year we received BECA award, which is Best Egmont Case Award. If somebody doesn't recognize from David's speech what is Egmont, Egmont is the organization which gathers all the FIUs in the world. For what we received, this is for IFIT, another abbreviation or acronym. IFIT is International Financial Intelligence Task Force. 25 countries work together based on the initiative of FIU Latvia. We called 25 countries to work on analysis of one single bank's activities. And this analysis allowed us to establish totally brand new system how the information can be shared multilaterally between different governments, agencies, including not only FIUs, but also including FSAs, private sector, police, prosecutors. What I'm a great believer in, and why we established this, this is the only answer. Domestically, you cannot fight fraud, you cannot fight money laundering, you cannot fight terrorism financing. So if you will cook something here just domestically, it will not work, because fraudsters and money launderers, they don't have borders. We should not also.
So I see you, Vaiva. So my main takeaway from here is actually it's up to us to think about the details. It's up to us to fight that war, and it's up to us to think about how to implement the regulatory principles, which will be only as it is on a very broad and high level basis. So thank you, truly thank you all. for being here. And
I'm going to share a very practical experience of data sharing. So if if you go out on the, to catch a handsome guy, they usually ask you a phone number. I don't give it, and I will explain you why. I usually collect the phone numbers. When I come back home, I go on the Swedbank or SEB Bank or any other bank app, and I try to do the payment to them with the phone I have. If they don't have an app, I think, okay, they are not good enough. They are not, innovative enough to use the open banking. If the name is fake, because when I add then the number, I can see the real name and the surname of the guy. So sometimes they lie the names. So now I know the name and the surname, meaning that I can do the full due diligence on them. And now we can move to the next presentation, which gonna talk about the privacy issues in data sharing. Mindaugas Petrauskas, the floor is yours.
It's okay. Okay, first of all, thank you very much. It's very nice to see so many, let's say, stars, superstars of AML here. I think it's really like NBA game, when you have superstars. We have AML, at least like Baltic region superstars here. And it's my privilege to be and to have two news, like usually we have good news and bad news. And if we'll start from, let's say, good news, yeah, it's the last two presentations, and after hard work, you will be able for some networking and for some drinks, and of course, bad. Still, it's like the last lesson. You should stay here and to be patient. And speaking about like information sharing, there were some talks now. Is it important? Is it game changing? And etc. And I'm not optimistic because I spent some time, like more than 30 years in law enforcement, and like people from police and law enforcement, they're suspicious, and they're looking from a little bit different angles. And I was trying to look from different angle. And first of all, usually from my practice, you have good police officers, usually from those who were bad pupil or bad teenagers when they were young. And the same with like AML. If you want to have good AML like analyst, investigator, you should understand what bad guys are doing. Actually, I spent some time, like few hours. I have privilege now because I'm not so busy like I was in FOU, my colleagues know. And I spent some time like what you need as money launderer or money mule. You need, first of all, you need some accounts, yeah, I spent like 10 minutes. I found some web pages. You can choose countries like Cyprus, Estonia, France, Lithuania, wherever. You can choose in which country you would like to open an account. You can choose, is it IBAN, SEPA, SWIFT, flexible payments, currency, different prepaid cards, crypto, business, company, private. It's not difficult. Actually, in 10, 20 minutes, you will open an account. In different jurisdictions, it will cost you from 0 to 350 euros, and you'll have many possibilities. And what I did it from my working place. Next, if I'm money launderer, what I need? I need companies, because usually if you want to be a real serious guy, you need like trade-based money laundering systems. What It means you need to have like offshore companies. It means you need to have companies because you need a bigger amount of money to transfer. Again, it's quite easy. I found some web pages. You can choose jurisdictions, offshore companies. You can choose, do you need nominees as heads? You can choose shareholders, and the prices, like in Lithuania, like simple companies, like 350 euros. And for example, with nominees and etc. in Switzerland, even up to 17,000 euros. Okay, let's go further. And actually, in 8 working hours, I was able, let's say, or pretending to be able to open more or less like 10 new companies, more or less 15, 20 accounts. And in 2 hours, I was able to make, let's say, up to 100 transfers. Of course, like when you're opening a company, usually you need 10 days to be approved, and it's not necessary on the same day you can do that. But at least, like, if I will do that in beginning of November, on the end of November, I will have my chain, a lot of companies, a lot of accounts, and let's go straight to the good side, And good side, AML, people, they're working, and what possibilities they have to investigate, In financial institution, in crypto companies, you have like in-house information. Even if you're a big company like SEP, SVET, etc., you have different branches, and actually you're not getting all information. Usually different units, they owning like small part of information. Of course, you have like OSINT, open sources intelligence, but again, it's very wide. And if you want to go to have good quality OSINT, actually you need paid versions and etc. Of course, FIU, law enforcement, they have more possibilities. They have private and state registers. They have FIU Egmont channels. They have international cooperation channels like European arrest warrant, European evidence warrant, ILOR, like International Letter of Rogatories, Interpols, Eurojust, and etc. And usually it takes, at least in Lithuania, but I think everywhere, up to 2 years or even more to investigate that, what I was doing in 1 week. And results, I'm not sure that you will succeed to investigate, because you will get some answers, but not all of the answers. And because of not all the network will be discovered, usually in the court, you will not be able to prove all the chain. And that's why, I think the first we need to agree about what is anti-money laundering system or prevention, and to speak in the same language. Like AML, we have like kits usually, like know your client, with like identification of client, screening, it means sanctions, adverse media, PEPs, CDD, client due diligence, ongoing due diligence, and risk assessment of clients. Okay, next part or pillar, it's monitoring activities of the client. It means like retro, live, and as well red flags if something is suspicious. After you have investigation again, like escalation within financial institution, reporting to FIU, and in many cases, like financial institutions, they're thinking like, if we were providing information to FIU with like STRs or SARs, yeah, that's the result, that's the main result of AML system. But however, like FIUs, they're receiving many of them, and what they should do, they should investigate. At least in Lithuania, they're receiving like approximately 100,000 STRs, and they have, I'm not sure, maybe 20, maybe less in the analyst. Of course, they are not able to investigate all of them. After, if they will succeed, like FOU, they will send case to pretrial investigation to law enforcement. It means like police or wherever. Police should agree with prosecutors to start and to investigate, and after they should go to the court for convictions. And you see, we have at least like 12 steps from the beginning to the end to have succeed, like to have a case, to have convictions, and to have confiscation. Because what we're doing in AML world, we are following money. Like we're waiting that something will happen, and after we're investigating that. That's the system. And you know, when we speak about FOU, law enforcement, prosecutors, yeah, they have possibility to get information from different countries, from different financial institutions and different instruments. But when we speak about financial institutions, for example, SEB and SVET, they're not exchanging information between, because they have not right to do that. They can provide STRs only to FOU, and they cannot exchange information about clients by themselves. And of course, we have many. In Lithuania, we have like 20 banks, we have 140 AMLYZE and payment institutions, we have 400 crypto assets service providers, notaries, lawyers, and all of them, they're separate. They're not exchanging information. That's the statistic, because you know we need some proofs. For example, in Lithuania, when we speak about suspicious transaction reports, the volume is increasing dramatically. Of course, maybe Lithuania have some separate case because we have big player coming to Lithuania, and usually they're providing STRs. But anyway, it's increasing. When we speak about another countries like UK and US, yeah, we see again, it's increasing by like 20–30%. It means like ML system is working, they're reporting, okay? From Egmont, again, I found the last reports, it was 15.5 million STRs in 2021, and the last year it's like increased by 273,000. And the fresh report provided by Europol. And what they're mentioning that the executive director of Europol said that it's up to 2%, only we are able to seize. What does it mean, seize? It's only you're seizing, it's not confiscated. It means it's not after conviction. From my practice, I can assure that at least in Lithuania, we're able to confiscate not more than 50% of the seized money. It means even we have less than 1%. And when we speak about efficiency, 1%, is it good? No, I think it's not good. And we should say that for ourselves, and do not be shy to say that it's the system. It's like that. We are following the money, and we are following we're chasing only 1%. Yeah, and speaking about figures like Europol, they counted that organized crime in Europe, they earned 188 billion of euros, and law enforcement, they were able to seize 4.1 billion of euros. That's the reality. And now we are coming to information sharing that was discussed before. And of course, we should start from FATF. The FATF is like our umbrella. And yeah, they have issued a report. They say that it's very important and the countries should implement some measures. And it was mentioned already by Kazimieras that yeah, like Netherlands, they have good experience, some examples. Yeah, they have like transaction monitoring between 5 banks. Okay, Netherlands have like information like accidents system again, more like entities involved. In Estonia, 4 banks exchanging information. But is it okay? In my opinion, not, because first of all projects, they're national. They're not going outside of the country, and I think we should look for international steps. Second, even implemented in one country, as I said, in Lithuania, we have like more like, I don't know, like 500 or 800 obliged entities, and if you have only like 4 banks, it's not the case. You know, you're not doing good. And from the side for fraudsters or from money launderers, they're using new technologies, and you know, yeah, deep fake. I don't know. It's many possibilities. Actually, what we're doing now, like we're trying to prevent, it's going to be history. You know, we should look straight forward. And again, sitting on my table, I was able to do everything from one table in 10, 20, 30 countries. And law enforcement, they have not possibility to do that. It means like speaking, when we speak about like soccer game, we're usually defending, you know. And it's not easy to be defender, you know. You're playing like football or basketball and you're always defender. It's not nice, you know, it's not fair. And about some recommendations from FAT report. Yeah, for public sector, it means for our like FIU, for Bank of Lithuania, or for Excellence Center. Yeah, we should be more active and we should be coordinated, and we should ensure and promote like to be like bridge between data protection and some private initiatives. And for recommendations for private sector, it's privacy enhancing technologies like hashing, encryption, ensure harmonized data. It could be synthetic data. Pursue data protection by design. It means when you're starting, you should think about data protection in beginning, and to have some contacts with data protection. And have a metrics. For example, my metrics would be not 1%, like at least 5% for beginning to be seized by law enforcement. Why not? And it's about data protection, you know. We have European Data Protection Board, and they were very skeptical about possibility for exchange of STRs with private sector. But anyway, they mentioned by themselves in the last sentence that we should look for less intrusive measures, and we can achieve the same objective. And what I have to say, good news that at least in our company, in AMLYZE, we have some decisions. We have already a white paper. And I think soon you will see that it's possible to do something, just we need support from some financial institutions. And the last, I'm not sure that I was able to explain the difficult system of this AML, information sharing, and etc. But at least what I was trying to do to explain in simple words, and if I succeed, if you understood, I think we will go forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mindaugas. It's always very interesting to listen to you, but I'm sure that I'm not the only one who is waiting for the networking and for the drink. But before we go for the drink and for the chat, we have very wonderful presentation which will be made by Renata Karpavice from the Cybersecurity Experts Association on the topic, the golden buzz button. I saw Renata's presentation, I think, half a year ago, not this one. This one is improved. And it was amazing. So, Renata, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, and for so high expectations set up to me. We had an amazing journey today, touching regulatory topics, touching financial business model challenges, even have heard great pitch speeches, and we have heard some expectations to compliance and financial services. But ladies and gentlemen, have you ever stopped to marvel the incredible transformation which is happening right before our eyes? This digital reality we are living in today is a magical wonderland filled with the endless possibilities. The barriers of time, language, location, and even traditions are disappearing. We are standing at the edge of the digital transformation, which is enveloping the entire world, offering us a brand new life experience. And this is not just a chapter in our life. It is an entirely new book. It is a world where impossible becomes possible, where innovation knows no bounds, and where dreams come true with just a click. But the question that stands before us: are we ready to confront the challenges of cybersecurity coming alongside with the digital possibilities? Are we ready to safeguard our digital world against the persistent wave of cyber threats? In the last 5 years, working in financial institutions, I have witnessed a number of cases, from naive situations to sophisticated cybercrime schemes and heartbreaking victim stories. Alongside exploring cybersecurity topics, I have learned how flexible and sophisticated cybercrime modus operandi has become, and how fast, adaptive, and collaborative cybercriminals are in this new digital reality. Despite our huge efforts to raise awareness and combat financial cybercrime, fraudsters are still winning. You probably have heard this buzzword, pig butchering. It's nothing new. It's an old Roman scam blended with the investment scam and presented for today's audience. Pig butchering is a phrase based on Chinese phrase meaning to fatten a pig up before harvesting it. It's not very delicious. It sounds not very exciting. And I will not delve into the misleading definition of Roman scam. But instead, I would like to invite you to take a journey through the digital landscape of financial cyber criminals world. The financial crime, or the theory of the crime, based on the trio of victim, fraudster or criminal, and place, today is undergoing a huge transitioning because it is forced to adopt the new definitions of the digital reality. And despite all the efforts, despite all the regulations, despite everything what we are doing right now to secure the digital services, cyber criminals are gaining their goals through social engineering, by breaking human code. Yes, and while I'm waiting for the next slide, we have a human code. I would like to invite you to the story and to be some kind of detectives. Here you have 3 persons ordinary people like most of us. Angelina is an elderly woman who likes reading books. Daiva is active, educated, and working mom of 2 kids. And Mindaugas, young, active, and obsessed with fishing. While you will listening this story, please pay attention that this story can happen right now. Angelina, for the past 6 months, is holding a daily relationship with Alex, an elderly, kind man. They are communicating through social platform as they are living in 2 different countries. And of course, there's a lot of obstacles on the way. They cannot meet each other in person. But Angelina is happy because Alex understands her. Alex listens to her. She feels beloved, understood, and has a very strong emotional connection. So, communicating through social platforms is not a big deal. One Monday, Angelina is receiving a message from Alex where Alex is saying that his card is blocked. He is at gas station and needs just 30 euros to get out of there. Angelina makes transfer. They know each other for so long time. Few days after, Alex saying that queues at the bank are amazingly, and he is running out of the food. Of course, his crucial medicine is also running out. He needs just 100 euros. Angelina is making the transfer. 1 week after, Angelina receives a very short WhatsApp message. Alex has been involved in car accident and is hospitalized. Angelina is very, very worrisome. She is trying to get more information from Alex, but not successfully. She is ready to do anything to help Alex in the situation. And here suddenly Alex is saying that he needs a life-saving surgery, which costs 7,000 euros. Alex has blocked accounts, nobody else to borrow from. It doesn't take long. Angelina makes transfer. Now you just can imagine how many times Angelina is saving Alex from different situations until she is running out of her money, savings, taken loans, or borrowed money from relatives. But let's stop here and just go back to the moment where Angelina made transaction, and transaction moved through the financial systems. In this scheme, there were participating 7 financial institutions, 10 receiving points. All possible financial tools used from IBAN accounts to P2P accounts, digital wallets. Only a few minutes and 7,000 euros became cash, cryptocurrency, purchases, or payments for services. Now you see that in the scheme we have Daiva and Mindaugas as well. Who thinks that Daiva, as she is the first one there, is the fraudster, and actually also was participating in tricking Angelina to make this transaction? I see some hands. Thank you for that. Let's see what is happening with Daiva and how she was involved in this scheme. Daiva, as mentioned, young, educated, working mom of 2 kids. She's very active, browsing on social networks and internet. One day she saw an advertisement saying that without no requirements, there is a possibility for the part-time job. She applies as she needs additional incomes to support her family. She receives a very prompt response from the company, very polite response, saying that she is suitable for the job. And she also received a draft job agreement, which also was very, very legit in the form. The only thing and the only requirement which raised Daiva's attention was that she needs to open an account in financial institution in her name. She asked the company why, what is the rationale behind this, and received the answer, very prompt, very polite, very descriptive, that her job duty will be to administrate transfers, meaning that she will receive some transfers to this account, dedicated account, and under given instructions, she will need to send them. Looks quite legit, easy, quick money. Daiva takes a shot. So that's how she is involved in this scheme without even understanding whose money she is receiving to her account. Now we know what the role Daiva is playing, but Mindaugas, you know Mindaugas. Mindaugas is the mastermind of the operation, yes? He's the last in the chain. I think I saw some hands, Mindaugas. Let's see what Mindaugas is doing here and what kind of role he is playing here. Young, active man, obsessed with fishing. He is also very active on the discussion forums and groups, social groups. And one day he receives a message from the group member, the same group where they were discussing fishing topics. The group member said that he has a very good deal, a business offer. No risk, good money. The only thing what Mindaugas needs to do, to open accounts in fake names in financial institutions. In the names upon the ID documents which will be provided to Mindaugas. You have already learned that Mindaugas was very productive in that, and actually during 8 hours already opened some accounts and even registered a company. So it looks like that we do not have the mastermind of the scheme here. We have money mules like Daiva and Mindaugas who are playing the dedicated roles here. And it would be a fraud case where Angelina is a victim and some mules identified. But what if we add some twist to the story? What if at that moment when Alex is stating being involved in the car accident and saying that he needs this life-saving surgery, he also tells Angelina that he has a friend who can borrow money. The only thing that the friend is traveling in Asia and there are some restrictions, some fees, and of course other barriers why this friend cannot transfer money directly to the Alex account. The only thing what Alex is asking Angelina, a little favor, to accept the money and to send them to the Alex account. Now just imagine what is happening behind sender's account and what kind of money are coming there. And you know the story afterwards, how they're going through Daiva's and Mindaugas accounts. So now we know that through social engineering, victims, which we saw in the beginning, are also becoming criminals. Cyber criminals are using all possible methods to involve people unknowingly or people who already understands what they're doing, but they believe that everything will be fine, and people like Mindaugas, who has a great motivation to play a role in this. Good money, no risk. And here is the end. No, it's not. In order to have the 7,000 euros transaction, there was done a huge homework on the cyber criminal side. They prepared business plan. They thought about modus operandi, about tools, facilities, call centers, human resources. They thought about data breaches, data extensions, fake accounts, fake profiles, phishing attacks, all possible means. And then just imagine how many stories like Angelina are based on this information and this preparation. If Angelina would talk, in the best case, we would have information sharing between Angelina's financial institution and beneficiary financial institution. None of other 7 financial institutions will get information about the case. We will not follow to the call centers to Cambodia or iCloud services in Netherlands or to Mindaugas, who is actually creating fake accounts and giving the credentials to the same group member in Cambodia. So, single transaction, single Roman scam event, single data breach, single cybersecurity incident is just a single piece of a grand puzzle. I invite you all to embrace the possibilities of the digital era and to utilize it to enhance the knowledge and information sharing, collaboration, and in doing so, we will consolidate our defense, outspace cyber criminals, and make our digital world safer. Thank you.
Thank you, Renata. I think we could clap for another few minutes for you because your presentational skills and the storytelling is just...
Thank you.
Can approve, yeah. It's very good. So here we are at the end of the event. And now you're going to see the QR code. You know, in the end, we always ask, like, fill the form, you know, we want to improve to make the event better. So this is the one. But the one who is quicker will win, because we're going to choose the winner in 2 minutes. I would like to use this time, first of all, to thank all the speakers for incredible presentations, for all the insights. I would like to thank to the participants. Without you, we won't be here, and it would be sad to speak in front of no one. So let's clap for a big applause for you too. And Alexander, do you want to say a few words and sum up the event?
First, thank you, Vaiva, for helping us to go through this event brilliantly, as usual. And thanks again to everybody, to the sponsor, Alex, the FNTT as well, who supported us. Obviously, everybody that moved here, the speakers from Lithuania, but also from anywhere else. All of you for being here. Each time we do an AML-CFT or a compliance risk management event, we have more and more people. So we'll try to continue and do that. And also the AMLYZE team were not professional event organizer, but all the team pulled that up. A lot of learnings, obviously, but I think it went pretty well, and I hope you enjoyed a lot. Vaiva did not mention what was in these boxes as well that you will win. So maybe we keep it secret until the people discover. You can chat about that after, but it's pretty cool. And now is the time where we can enjoy the terrace. I'm looking at the sky. It's still not raining, so please go enjoy. Should we announce the winner now?
I think so. But I think I want Tadas, the handsome man who sits there in front of a wheel, the fortune wheel. And Tadas, do you want to announce? I think we also need to see your face.
I don't think Alex mentioned, but the prize is a box of wine. So there are 2 boxes that you can win.
Wait, I need my phone.
Answered yet, you still have time to do it.
Okay, I'm gonna go do that. I love wine, everyone knows that. So those who haven't done it yet, please do so. Woohoo! How many questions we have? Huh? No, wait, no. We haven't.
5 questions.
5, okay. Okay, so. Sanctions. I don't know, ever. Oops, no selection. Do we have a winner? Or we wait?
Can you hold it?
Yes, sure.
We need 1 volunteer to select randomly because we don't want it to be, rigged. So we have a small wheel you'll have to spin. So we need 1 volunteer to spin the wheel. Who's going to be?
Be slow because I haven't finished.
Okay, so we have 53 results. 1 more minute and we're going to announce the winners.
How do you know that I filled it? Because it was a name?
You're not winning. We already know that.
Those who win will give me 1 bottle.
Okay, so we're stopping right now, and we have how many responses? We have 56. Okay. So we have 56. Who's going to come and spin? Going to spin? Flip, flip. Right. And we have 33, which is, 1 moment, 33rd response is, where do we have that? 2, 3. So that's Connect Pay.
Woohoo!
So one. And now we need another one. Same procedure. 1 second. Spin it.
Fingers crossed, fingers crossed.
That's 56. That's the very last one which filled
Yeah,
in.
which is mine, no? Yeah, I was there. I think I was there.
Baba.
Woo! Congratulations.
Congratulations. Applauses for Babava and Connect Pay.
And as we wait for the Bababa to come, if you want to know anything about AMLYZE, go and talk with him.
Let's give the prize first.
Don't be so shy. Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Don't forget 1 bottle to me. Yeah, that's it. That's it. So if you want to learn anything about something new or just consult with AMLYZE, Taras is your person.
Facts only, no sales.
He is like that. Yes, that's true. But now let's move to the networking part, and let's have a drink and have a chat and enjoy the evening. And once again, thank you very much to all of you.